The House will please come to order. Wait a minute for everybody to gather up. Representative Western, could you go find appropriations since that's kind of the business at hand? Representative O'Hearn, do you have a privilege?
Privilege of the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
We have a former representative, Ann Robinson, here. She would like to say a couple of words of insight for all of us. Please welcome Ann Robinson.
Good afternoon.
welcome
I
to
hear
the
you've
House.
been enjoying the very simple budget process. Doesn't take much time or anything like that. I represented House District 58 in Natrona County from 1996 until 2000. Well, I was elected in 96, and my last session was 2007. Was a very interesting time. And my claim to fame, I guess, because everybody that talks to me goes, she's the one. I am responsible for not taxing groceries in Wyoming. And the interesting thing is it kept getting killed everywhere I went. And I ended up doing it as a budget amendment. So my father, Lefty Graham from Thermopolis, was in the legislature here. From the late 50s to the late 70s, he was in and out for 6 terms during that time. And he was a very smart man, and he did a lot of really good things here. But I have to tell you, his claim to fame, and it's in your House rules, that upon request, because you are not allowed to smoke on the floor of the House, you can request a spittoon. And they're supposed to provide it for you. So keep that in mind. It's good to see you all. I'm here with Leap Into Leadership, great group of women. And you all have a great time and go do the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your words. And welcome to Leap Into Leadership. Welcome to the House. Thanks for coming. Representative Eklund wanted a privilege of the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Throughout our process, the Speaker has warned us about speaking too much and not getting enough done. And granted, everybody's been sent here with a voice. But if our voices go on too long, we should be done with third reading amendments, and maybe we should have gone till 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think we'd have gone that long last night, but that's kind of what we're doing here. I would appeal to everybody to think about how best to represent your people, and I think getting some important legislation through. Our Ag Committee has worked hard and had a few other bills that are really important, and I think there are other committee bills. And the quicker we can get through this, the better, and the more good we do to our people. And I hate to be an old grump about it, but the bills are dying. We got this day to get general file done. Thank you.
Sage advice. Representative Chairman Brown, do you have a privilege?
Privilege of the floor.
Please.
Just to follow on to that, I've done the quick math on this. We're averaging right now about 3 amendments per hour, which puts us on pace to finish tonight by 7:30. So that's just the budget, Mr. Speaker.
All right, does anybody else have a privilege of the floor? All right, the next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 52 to House Bill 1, and that is Representative Harshman. Oops, where's my pen? Representative Harshman.
Sorry there, Mr. Speaker and members, for that delay. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'd respectfully move third reading amendment number 52 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is a 13-check retirement COLA, 2 one-time payments, but it's done a little differently than what you saw in second reading amendment, so we went back and worked on this. The second reading amendment, you recall, was taken out of general fund. And this will apply to everybody except Fire A. And those funds now are about 9, almost 10 billion. And we know about all the funding ratio, you know, ranging from 77 to 96% on these various funds. So the idea is to take 2 one-time payments, but the way it's structured is it's going to help the people who've been retired the longest the most. And you can't just write it in law and say, hey, only those that retired 20 years ago, because you kind of create a special class. So this is for all retirees, but those who retired just a year ago, you get 0.1% for every year. So this will go up to people who retired 30 years ago. The max is 3% and a one-time check. So, and just for example, we've got, there's nearly 7,000 retirees living in the state of Wyoming that are over 80 years old. We have some over 100 that have not received, you know, many of these folks too are police officers. Many of the police officers on police officer retirement are not on Social Security. Those were deals they made 30, 40 years ago. So they've not experienced any COLAs or cost of living adjustments as the price of things have gone up. And so about 7,000 over 80, about 14,000 retirees in their 70s that have served this state in various capacities, from law enforcement to public employees, you know, to firemen and et cetera, and wardens in our state prison and teachers and et cetera. So what this would cost out of the fund is about, it'll be about less than 0.1%, be just under, right around $7 million a year. I think the argument against it, you say, well, it's going to affect the, you know, it's going to be a liability and affect the funding ratio on the retirement fund. And I would just say it is so negligible. I would say daily stock market activity has a way bigger effect than this. I mean, this retirement fund in 1 year made $1 billion. 1 year grew by $1 billion to 10 billion. And so I think it's been over 20 years, 25 in some cases. So I think it's the time to do that. And again, it won't be it's going to be the people who've actually paid into these funds, built these funds, then could get a 13th check on that. So I'd stand for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question for the bringer of this. Appreciate what he's trying to do for our retirees, but question about Social Security benefits. Do they also receive Social Security benefits as well as their retirement benefit? And I know Social Security has been getting COLAs, or cost of living allowance has been going up over years. Has there been any raises with the retirement benefits over the past 5 or 10 years, or is it when you retire, it's fixed and it's not going to change at all? Appreciate your consideration.
Chairman Washit for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I urge an aye vote on this budget amendment. We've got retirees in this system who retired many years ago, or their spouses retired many years ago, and they just have the survivor benefit portion of what's left. And inflation has hit those folks especially hard. And so I love the prorated approach that this amendment takes. The fund can afford it. And, you know, I have often heard people say, look, you know, these people should have planned for their own retirement. Yeah, they could. But, you know, years ago, the common understanding was that if you had a government pension, you were set. You had the cat by the tail, you know, and people relied on that understanding. And now we're at a whole different point where inflation has gobbled up and gobbled up and gobbled up and gobbled up this buying power of their pension. So I think this is a modest approach, and I just encourage an aye vote.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, and appreciate the idea, but here's what we have to remember, folks, that this is for the period of the budget. And if the next legislature doesn't continue this, then they will be essentially taking something away. So somebody would have had a 13th paycheck, and then all of a sudden for 2 years, and suddenly they will not have had that. And the amount of pressure that will be put on every member and every seat sitting in this room will be tremendous to make that ongoing. And that ongoing expense is what's going to cause these funds to start to struggle. As we look at other states, that's what happens, is you start to provide too many benefits out of the fund, and pretty quick they start to go upside down. That's why statutorily this fund is not allowed, or these benefits are not allowed to offer any COLAs or any 13th check or anything other than the benefit prescribed when they retired, until they're 100% funded. And so I would encourage a no vote on this. While I think it's a novel idea, and I appreciate all of our retirees in the state of Wyoming, I recognize the pressures that are out there. I just also recognize that for them to have a stable pension going forward, we have to show some restraint. And so again, I would encourage a no vote on this.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for the bringer. Is there a way that we can get a list of everybody drawing a pension off of this that's within our district that may vote for us because we increased their retirement account? Thank you.
I don't know that that was necessary. All right, anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their Representative Knapp for your first time?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I've dealt with budgets for a long, long time. And one thing I've learned from people before me is they've always said, do not mess with pension funds. Do not mess with retirement. Because we made a promise. We made a promise to those retirees that this, for working for us this long, this is what you'll receive in benefits. The minute that you start changing that in any way, shape, or form, you're risking that fund for future retirees. And they're in the tens of thousands. So it's important that we keep our promise that we made to everyone. But in doing that, we need to resist the effort to chase inflation.
Anybody else for their first time? Second time? Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Harshman.
A couple of questions. Good representative from the Southwest. How many are on Social Security? It really depends. These are really city and county employees, and each jurisdiction were different. There's city Casper, police officers certainly, other police officers around the state, and certain city and county employees. So I don't have that number. That can probably be fleshed out. I think, you know, the last speaker I appreciate from Campbell County about the promise And you're absolutely right. And we changed the rules of the game and kind of broke the promise in 2008. And that's when we changed the law and said no more COLAs. And that we would approve COLAs. It rests on us, not anybody else. And so I thought this way would be, I look at the stock market today, it's up a couple percent, certainly up enough today to pay for this, and a $10 billion fund. And I think if you were to do this on a permanent basis, it's going to cost 10 times that. I didn't want to come in here and ask for, 150 million or, 90 million a year or whatever to kind of permanently endow that thing. This is, I think, a way to do this. See, zero effect on the funding ratio of the funds, and particularly the bill that we just passed, where we're going to keep that going. So anyway, I think this is about the promise, and I agree with you. I mean, I think it's, and our funds just they're extremely well run and in extremely good shape. So I don't want anybody to think that we've got some kind of crisis or some kind of thing. Wyoming is one of the top tier states, done an amazing job. So good on us, but I think, for these, folks who are over 100, over 90, in their 80s and 70s who are struggling with property taxes, struggling with inflation, I think this would be a welcome relief that we could do, and we can certainly afford it, and doesn't affect the general fund balance at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate your aye vote.
So this isn't a roll call. So all those in favor of third reading amendment number 52 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I call division. All those in favor, please rise. All right, all those opposed, rise. More than 19. Third reading amendment number 52 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 53. Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment 53 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, it won't take us long to go through this. We did this on Tuesday, I believe it was. And I couldn't exactly gauge the temperature of the room. And so what I decided to do was bring this one back. This is absolutely my favorite. This is $160 million. You'll see a little bit of change on the top of it as to where we're pulling that from, because there wasn't as much in the general fund to be able to go grab that. Remember that we had $800 million in the approximately 30% increase. This is taking about 20% of that. And it's giving it back to our constituents in the way of buying the mills so that the towns, counties, and the schools, more specifically, are all made whole. And the idea is that that we're able to actually help those people. It was interesting in the prayer this morning that there was a justice for the oppressed. And the people are basically being crushed by some of these taxes. Our community's not huge, and I can tell you of a number of stories of people have come and told me, said, so-and-so is perhaps a widow, and they could make it while he was alive, but they did not have enough money. They're selling. They're leaving our communities. This inflation has been huge. And so this is an opportunity. We don't know what's going to happen with the other tax remedies that are coming down the pike, down the system. Hopefully some of those will make it. But even if they do, This is still an opportunity, $800 million. Last year, we took in about 504 million, there, give or take a little, more than the year before, which was, again, a higher year than the year before that. And we've spent money, I don't know what the number's up to now, but it's pretty high. Our appropriators are up at the front. I'm sure they're very concerned about how much money, well, maybe they're not, but hopefully they're concerned about how much we're spending. Here's an opportunity for you to give this, a little bit of this money back. And if one of the other bills makes it, so much the better. But in case it doesn't, here's your opportunity to help them. And so I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, I've had a number of constituents come to me with concerns about the tax bills that we have coming forward. And one of their main concerns is, where is the backfill for the tax relief that's coming forward? And I see this as a deal where we are backfilling, but yet giving them some relief. Please vote aye.
Representative Singh for your first time. Oh, I'm sorry. Anybody else? Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just have a question to clarify. For how long is this effective? It looks like it's just for one tax year. Is that correct?
Representative Locke for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this amendment. This is another opportunity for us to basically provide some relief back to the people, leave a few dollars in their pockets to help them out as we move forward, and do this in such a way that we don't hurt the counties. We have some money to do this. This is an opportunity for true relief. So again, on and for the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've spent much of the lunch hour starting to go through the work that the Revenue Committee's done. I think there's been a concentrated effort on part of leadership in the House and the work of the committees to try and grab all of these options and move them through in a process. We've seen one that had $88 million coming back to the county's backfill, and we've seen another that was maybe a little less than that, depending on a constitutional amendment. I think it's in our best interest that we stick with the plan and get these tax bills out of committee. They're going to start coming on and looking at that collectively and deciding what it is we're going to do. And I'd encourage you to vote against this amendment.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll have a handout that will be circulated shortly. But let me just tell you what the crux of that handout is. If you go back to, so the average growth of inflation and property values between 2010 and 2019 was roughly 3.6%. So if you take that 3.6% and you apply it and lay it over the last 4 years, 2019 to 2023, so just assume we continued at that rate. And then you calculate up what those amounts are, and then you take the current increase in property taxes over time. The total increase over that period of time was roughly $195 million. So a bill like this, basically, and by the way, we already have $20 million that we're providing in tax relief. We already have $15 million for the veterans tax relief. So if you add those on top of each other, then we probably don't have any, we've done a full tax relief in this one budget amendment, and we can all go home and not review our property tax bills, because we've already compensated for the amount of money that we're obligated, that the additional dollars in property taxes. And so we have to look at the big picture. We have to understand what the dollar numbers are. We have to understand who's the beneficiaries and who isn't. But ultimately, what we're going to have to decide is how much all of these tax bills is the right number, and then spread it out over which ones we think is the best way to implement it. And this certainly is not how you do that.
Anybody else for the first time? Chairman Washit.
Just a question for the bringer. Could you tell us how much each individual household on average would receive and benefit from this plan?
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Stiff for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, on and against the amendment, it looks like by reducing the property tax by 14 mills just for 1 year, if the average mill levy is about 65 mills, that's a 21% reduction in your taxes for 1 year, which sounds great until the year after that when your property taxes go back up 21%. So it's this very kind of roller coaster that I think people don't like. That is, you'd get this, we'd have a huge hit to public revenue, right, that we have to somehow fund. And then everyone's property taxes go up. And if you have a sudden 20% increase from your point of view, which this amendment would cause, it would certainly disappoint the property owners out there who got used to the lower property tax for 1 year, and then in year 2 had to pay the same rate again, on and against.
Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to, I'm on and for this amendment. Again, this is an opportunity for some true relief. I think people will understand that we have to make some changes that don't follow the perfect flow and glide path, but I do think relief. We need to get some relief in their hands. There are people who are hurting bad enough. Some form of relief, and then get ourselves on a healthy plan. I think we have some bills to do that, but I think the relief component is what's missing, and this is a good opportunity to use it. Thank you.
Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to answer those questions, it is 1 year only. And I think that most of our constituents, if not all, understand that this is not reform. This is just some relief. And this is immediate relief. The answer to the other question was that at 14 mil, it'll average on a $240,000 house about $320. Like I said, this is my favorite. This is not wiping out the last 5 years of increases or things of that nature, because there's other aspects of taxation. This only brings relief in the short term for 1 year. That's why we chose to put it into a budget amendment, because we have other tax bills that are coming up that are going to address the longer term solutions. And it may take us more than this session to get that figured out. And so what I'm asking you with this one is 160 million. Last year, we took in an extra 504 million. I don't think this is too much. Our people are feeling it right now. And this keeps everyone whole, the schools, the counties, the towns. We're actually just taking some of that money. We're putting $310 million in savings. And we're spending $800 million total more above and beyond where we probably were. So I don't know. I look at my constituents and I think that's a fairly important thing. $320 is not a lot, but it at least shows them that we're headed down the right path. I ask for your aye vote.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on third reading amendment number 53 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? No. Allred? Aye. Andrew? Aye. Angelos? Aye. Banks? Aye. Bear? Aye. Berger? No. Brown? No. Burkhart? No. Byron? No. Chadwick? No. Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Alamand? No. To aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 34 no.
Third reading amendment number 53 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 54, Representative Smith. I think that's right. Nope, I got a different one. There's an 80. Never mind, I got an 80 somewhere. Just a second. That is Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move budget amendment number 80 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, like I was just trying to do on the last one, we won't take up much time here because I think the arguments have already been made. I was trying to gauge the desire in the room yesterday, or 2 days ago, starting with 80 million, and then my favorite of 160 to try and get money back to our people that are hurting. So this time I cut it in half. So there's only 40 million. We don't have to go into any of the savings part of that. And so it's the same thing. 3.5 mil reduction would average on a $240,000 house about $80. It's not a lot of money. You can go home and tell your constituents that, hey, we actually did care. We actually wanted to bring this to the people and pay off some of their mills. And again, everybody is still left whole. Schools are left completely whole. So we won't belabor the argument any further. I'd ask for you, we'll check the temperature just one more time here. $40 million, ask for your aye vote.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on third reading amendment number 80 to House Bill 1.
Alamand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Repeat. Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwonitzer Dan. Zwonitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 35 no.
Third reading amendment number 80 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment 54. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move third reading Amendment 54 to House Bill number 1, and I would also ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment here is an opportunity to help an entire community. 4 years ago, one of 2 irrigation tunnels collapsed and had a significant economic impact on my entire community. Farmers lost a third of their crops for the 8 weeks that no water was able to flow through the canal system, with a $90 million economic impact. This tunnel was originally built in 1917, so over 100 years old, concrete, with a lot of water force flowing through it all summer long. It needs a lot of repair. This project has fallen through the cracks because they have made some temporary repairs and is no longer classified as an emergency. They added metal braces throughout both tunnels, which was a temporary fix, but the cost is in excess of $6 million just for these temporary bracings. The braces have reduced the flow of the water by 30% because of the turbulence that it causes and the reduction size of the tunnel. The irrigation canal is over 84 miles long, and each tunnel is about a half a mile long, and it provides water to over 52,000 acres of land and even more as it crosses state lines. They have done their feasibility studies and have received 3 bids and are ready to break ground this fall. The cost of the project has only increased as we have waited. Another reason it's time sensitive is the state to our east that has a tendency to husk corn has money set aside that needs to be spent by the end of this biennium. Without this canal, local communities wouldn't be able to exist. This canal, when it is running, enough water seeps out of the ground and replenishes the underground water. So people's underground wells would go dry. So everybody relies on this canal, whether they are irrigating from it or not. So I would appreciate the generosity of this body, and my entire community would be grateful. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you can all see, I'm a co-sponsor on this amendment. And as you've heard me ask before this body, what is the role of government? And I would suggest that one of the roles of government is to help maintain infrastructure that we as individuals can't keep maintained on our own. This canal is an example of this. And one of the reasons this process is not going on any faster is because it's some of this land that it runs on is held by the agency, the federal agency that manages our water projects. And as with all federal agencies, the studies that need to be done before a project can commence are numerous and are time consuming. And so it has taken a long time to get the project as far as it is now. And as was mentioned earlier, the state to our east has offered to put money into it, but their funding runs out. And so it's timely that we get this water or this money appropriated to help with this repair. And we've been reminded time and time again in this body that we always have money for water projects. I would say this is a good time to use it. I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate the good bringers for bringing this to us. But this is, I believe, something, and maybe the speaker can double check for me, but I'm pretty sure that this is something in our omnibus water bill. And I think that we do spend money on water projects, and that money comes out of our water development account. So it's in our omnibus water bill. We'll get to it when we get to that bill. This is another attempt, I guess, at getting a second train on the track, but we have the main train and it's moving, and I think we are going to fund our water projects. So I guess I would urge you to vote no on this amendment, and we talk about this project again once the water bill comes up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. I was just going to reiterate what the good minority leader said, that it is a part of the water bill. And then I would remind the body that we had a couple of options the last 2 years when we had conversations about this project using some ARPA funds, and that was declined because they didn't want to use ARPA funds, and that they had a plan. The plan was in place, the plan was on time. It's a little frustrating, frankly, but then the idea was to come back and use the water bill, which is the standard procedure for these type of activities, and I would encourage us to follow that process.
Representative Alaman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look at this as an infrastructure plan dealing with water. And I think that we need to get this done so that our good ranchers in that part of the state and farmers will be able to have a successful crop upcoming. Thank you.
Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple days ago, a member in the body that has a background in construction cautioned us that when we see estimates that end in 3 zeros, that those are nothing but wild guesses, and we should resist those. So is this a wild guess, or can we rely on these numbers?
Anybody else for their first time? Second time before the sponsor, Representative Smith.
Thank you. It is not a wild guess. They have had 3 bids already placed, so thank you. This is just a complicated situation when you have numerous governmental agencies in the mix, so please vote your conscience.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on third reading amendment number 54 to House Bill 1.
Allemande. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clausen. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Repeat. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washit. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanzer Dan. Zwanzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
No.
Are there any changes? Andrew, aye. To no? Davis? Locke, aye. To no? Slagle? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 7 aye, 55 no.
Third reading amendment number 54 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 70. Representative Western, could you come up here? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move third reading amendment number 70 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Amendment number 70 is a call for a convention of states under Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution. I won't read the whole amendment, but the imperative language is there on lines 11 through 15. The purpose for this call is to propose amendments to the United States Constitution that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office for federal officials and members of Congress. Rest of the amendment is the verbiage that coincides with all of the other states calling for the same constitutional convention. I certainly do not need to preach to this body that our federal government is slightly out of control when it comes to spending, when it comes to exceeding the powers given to it under Article 1, Section 8 of our U.S. Constitution, exceeding the 10th Amendment that we're all familiar with for our states' rights. And we do need to discuss options on how to stop the concentration of political power in just a few individuals at our federal level. So while I know time is short today, I will be brief, but I would appreciate your aye vote and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Zwanitzer. Any other member for their first time? Any other member? Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this amendment. I'd like to call a Rules Committee.
Representative Stivar, could you elaborate just?
To me, we've ran this in bills and now we're putting in a budget amendment. This is legislating in the budget. It's unconstitutional. We've already had this conversation.
Is there a specific rule that you're citing, Representative Stivar?
Germaneous for
Okay.
the budget, to have something like this in the budget. It's the germaneous of it.
Rules Committee being called on germaneness. Rules Committee, please come to the front. We'll stand at ease for a few moments. All right, members, we got a lot of work ahead of us. Let's dispose of this particular question. A Rules Committee was convened, and the committee determined that this amendment is not germane. So Chairman Zwaniter, you have two options. You can motion to overrule the chair, or you can withdraw the amendment.
Well, let me make sure, Mr. Chair, do you agree that it's not germane? I know that's what the Rules Committee
The
said.
chair rules that this amendment is not germane.
I will not fight the body and remove amendment number 70 at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Zwaniter. Third reading amendment number 70 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is amendment 85. There's 85, 85.
Mr. Chairman?
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I would move third reading amendment number 85 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a really simple bill, or excuse me, simple budget. So we passed the outdoor recreation trust account bill that basically allows this outdoor recreation trust to expend dollars from its corpus or from dollars that we direct to be spent for various projects around the state. Well, that bill passed this body. Now it's down on the opposite side of this Capitol. What this is, and so part of the problem that we have is, and you could recall the good chairman speaking about this, because we created the entity last year. It's already in existence, but we didn't authorize them to take certain actions. And so, we created the structure and the authorization in the bill that we passed out of here earlier this week. What this budget amendment does, that in the event that the bill doesn't pass both houses and become law, this allows the state parks to expend some of the dollars that we have appropriated for small projects, up to $200,000 on projects around the state, until the bill comes around next year. So it just allows us to get started with the funds that we've already appropriated into this account. So it's just a catch-all in the event that, for whatever reason, our good folks down the hall choose not to support the bill for whatever reasons they may have. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any further dialogue, members? Representative Alleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question. This is, the way I read this, it's 200,000 or less per event. So if there's 10 events or 10 projects, that's 2 million. If there's 100 projects, that's what, 20 million? I'd just like to know if there is an end to this, how much money we are going to spend. Thank you.
Any other members for the first time? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few minutes ago, this body voted down something because it was in another bill. And so it seems like that's the precedence that we just set. It will be interesting to see if that precedence is upheld. So there was a lot of debate that said, hey, let's just wait for the bill. Let's just wait for the bill to come along and we'll fund these things. And it seems like that's what this amendment is as well. So let's just wait for the bill. And I ask for a no vote.
Any other member for their first time? Seeing none? For the sponsor, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. Once again, we've already appropriated the funds. Their funds are available. They're in the account. And we've directed how those funds are to be spent. It's a grant process. You have to go through and apply for it in order to qualify. So this just implements the program that we've already created. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Chief Clerk? Stand at ease for just a moment. Pardon me, members. It's not a direct appropriation, so this will be a voice vote. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 85, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Third reading amendment number 85 has been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Members, please stand still. Forty-two ayes. That amendment is adopted. Yeah. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 71. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will withdraw Third Amendment 71.
Well done. Next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 72. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment 72 and ask for to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So I'd like to read you a section from the state statutes just for clarification. In 9.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Brown, please state your point.
I'm sorry, but this, I'll call a Rules Committee on this. This is not germane. We're legislating in the budget.
Rules Committee to the front, please. Chairman Brown.
Mr. Whip.
Representative Hornock, would you like to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, let me just read a small section of state statute in 94719, and this is the investment earnings spending policy for our body, well, for our state, actually. And the purpose of this section is just establish a spending policy for earnings on the permanent funds, basically. And this is in descending order of importance. They give 3 reasons for a spending policy. The first reason is consistent, sustainable flow of earnings for expenditures over time. So we want to keep these funds alive. We want to keep the corpus whole. We want money in the corpus. The second one is protection of the corpus of the permanent funds against inflation. It's a key word there. And the third is to the extent practicable, increase in earnings available for the expenditure to offset the effects of, again, inflation. Now, what's really interesting is, this budget amendment actually goes into the next section and modifies some of the next section. And it puts it at pretty much the end of our budget, saying this is our spending policy. For those 3 reasons, we have a spending policy, and we're going to modify our spending policy for the next 2 years during our biennium budget. What's interesting as well is if you go to page 5 of your goldenrod and look up at the very, very top, you will see the exact thing that I just read to you in state statute. You will see this, page 5 of our goldenrod is our spending policy. So let me explain our spending policy just a little bit. And it's great. It's a great policy. Our earnings off of our investments, off of the corpus, they fluctuate every year, right? Some years we do well, some years not as good. In the future, we could have a negative year. So those every year, it's a different return on our investment. We don't base our spending policy, the amount of money that we have available to spend, we don't base that on a 1-year return on our investments. We base it on a 5-year return, which is a great policy, okay? And that kind of covers us during those up and down periods. I mean, how much has the market fluctuated in the last 5 years? This spending policy has gotten us through that market, whatever you want to call it, adjustment, I guess, for the last 5 years, okay, during the ups and downs of our economy. And we still have money to spend, and we still have more money to spend than we started with 5 years ago. It's a great policy. What I'm trying to do in this amendment is our spending policy, we can spend 5% of our total corpus on a 5-year average. That's why if you look at what happens, if you go to the department that deals with our investments and you download their investment portfolio, you don't see, or you see that you can see various things. One of the things you can see in some of the documents you can download is our market value of our investment. And currently it's up over $28 billion. It's fantastic. But then you see another column, and it says cost basis. That cost basis is what we're talking about, because that cost basis is the 5-year average of our funds. And that cost basis is what we base the amount of money that we can spend, our spending policy. Right now it's 5% of our cost basis for our funds. And that's in state statute. For the next 2 years, what I am offering in this amendment is to actually lower that spending policy down to 4.5%. Take 0.5% off of what we base our spending on for the next 2 years from our 5-year average. And here's why. Because how many times in the last couple of days over the hours have we talked about things that affect inflation? We've increased costs on projects. We've increased costs in salaries. We've increased costs in so many areas based on inflation, this magic word called inflation. Our spending policy hedges against inflation. If we don't, this will help us not have to deal with inflation as much. If we lower the amount of money we project to be able to spend by 0.5%, just 0.5%, and that will affect us for the next 2 years. This is what I'm asking you, to go ahead and change our spending policy for a 5-year average from 5% down to 4.5%. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I ask for your favorable aye vote on this.
Any member for their first time? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, I mean, it's a little bewildering, I guess. So you're asking to reduce the amount that we are saying we are available to spend on from our interest on their spending policy from 5% to 4.5%. So that's a 20% reduction on how much we're able to. Oh, sorry, 10% reduction. Thank you, Madam Chairman. But saying that we're going to reduce the amount to be able to spend less to control inflation means that we're just going to let inflation hurt us by not being able to handle the inflation that comes. So I guess I'm really, really confused on why we would just say for 2 years we would just restrict ourselves on this 10% amount. So help me understand how we're controlling inflation by doing this. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, when you do the 5-year average on the spending policy, so that as the account grows with deposits and growth and investment return, the spending policy is in reality 4%. That's what it is. That's why we did that average in there. It's not 5% of this year's corpus size. It's 5-year average of the corpus size. So the spending policy is already about 4%. I'll just tell you, our current governor, who used to be our treasurer, was really kind of pushing this thing. And I think I was chairing a PropSen, and I drank the Kool-Aid. And I'll just tell you, is when I served my first term as speaker, I ran this bill to lower it to 4.5. Second biggest mistake I've done in my time in the legislature. I ranked the top 10. There's a couple one worse than that and a couple behind it. But when I first came in the legislature, our spending policy was 12%. We had a 20-year bond kicking off 12%. And we were mainly in bonds. And so then it dropped to 8 as the bond market dropped. And then we changed the Constitution to allow investment in equities. And so the bond rate today is, I don't know, 5-6%. And I think this is part of that debate. Is government kind of pay for itself now, or do we put it all away for the future? And I think that's really the debate. I think at 5% is really a nice number. 5% of the 5-year rolling average, which is truly a 4% spending policy. So I would reject this. You folks who are going to get into this over the years, this is good stuff, learn it. But boy, I think we've, over the last 60 years, we've gone up and down with this, and I think we're in a really pretty good spot. So this isn't going to do anything except just kind of create unintended shortfalls, and shortfalls that aren't real. And we've done that to ourselves too much around here. So thank you, and please vote no.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the bringer of the amendment. I'm on and for the amendment, but curious if this reduction in the spending policy, is this kind of a golden standard for other conservative states? Or how would you describe this?
Any other member for their first time? Any other member for their first time? Any member for their second time? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. And I think the one other thing I really want to highlight is if this is, the corpus and the revenue from the corpus actually helps us not have to raise taxes, right? This long-term savings that we have and the spending that we take off of it enables us to keep our taxes low in Wyoming. If we restrict ourselves from the spending of this corpus, it's only going to hurt our taxpayers because we're going to have to get that revenue to pay for services in Wyoming. And so I don't want to raise taxes. I want to make sure that this spending allows us to keep spending off of our corpus and keep our other taxes low. So I'd ask you to reject the spending policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member for their second time before the sponsor? Any other member for their second time before the sponsor? To the sponsor, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great questions. Let me address some of them. What happens to money not spent is that it goes back to our corpus, okay? So if we only allow ourselves, you know, it's funny, I have this thing. You go to the grocery store and you look, you buy hot dogs and you buy hot dog buns. You buy 8 hot dog buns come in a pack of 8, hot dogs come in a pack of 10 or so. It just, the hot dog math here is kind of odd. So what's important is to get this math right so that we have money in the future. Now, what will happen with our spending policy, if we allow ourselves only to spend less than we earn, we take 0.5% away from what we're allowed to spend, more money goes to filling up our permanent Wyoming mineral trust funds and our school trust funds. So it goes back to our trust funds to build that corpus even bigger, to create an even bigger hedge against inflation in the future, because like 30% of our revenue that we have in the state comes from our trust funds. And again, that's fantastic that that happens to us. So the more money that we can put and keep in our trust funds, the bigger those funds grow, the more money there is to support our state, not next year, but 10 years from now. That's what we're looking at here with this kind of thing. And I think that's important. So that's how this controls inflation. And then it was mentioned, it's actually, our spending policy right now is actually 4% instead of 5%. Well, kind of. It's 4% of our total amount of funds today, but we don't calculate it that way. We calculate it over the 5-year average. And that's why, because today our funds are much higher than they were at the beginning of 5 years ago. And so it looks like we're only spending 4% of the amount of funds that we have in the bank today. But that's not how we calculate. We calculate it over a 5-year average. And so it's 5% of the 5-year average. I'm asking everybody to reduce that by 0.5% so that we fill the corpus even more. And yes, we will have a little less money to spend next year, but we're putting money aside so that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 30 years from now, we still have these funds available to have these kind of debates. Isn't this fun? I ask for your aye vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 72, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Third reading amendment number 72 is not adopted.
Representative Western, privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, folks, up here in our South Gallery, I want to recognize some folks, and one in particular. They do a lot of really good work helping victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. I want to especially recognize Yvonne. She is a woman who is, when you're around her, you realize that she is kind to everybody, no matter what. No matter what your story is, you will get nothing but love and kindness from her. And she does an incredible job helping these people who are in incredible need. So thank you very much. Let's recognize them and give them a warm welcome. Five more, folks. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 73. Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, we had a proposal earlier that we
Mr.
rejected.
Chairman, can you move that amendment first?
I move third reading amendment number 73 to House Bill number 1 and ask your favorable consideration. You remember we had a proposal earlier to grant funding for the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Task Force to bring in consultants. This body rejected that approach. So what we're asking in this budget amendment is for nothing but authority. We're asking for you to authorize the Management Council to allow, at their discretion, the task force to use some of the funds that we budgeted for the operation of the task force to bring in these consultants. We're not asking for access to the $10 million construction fund, the money for the development and building of the complex itself, but from those funds that we allocated to bring the task force together to take field trips. We're taking fewer field trips than we had originally planned, so we're saving a little bit of money. We won't be able to bring in all of the consultants with this approach, but we will still be able to bring a few of them to take a look and maybe help us with the details of our shooting complex. So nothing out of the general fund, only using money that we've already appropriated. All we're asking for here is authority. Please vote aye.
Any further discussion? Chairman Washit, for a second time? Question being called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 73, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Third reading amendment number 73 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 55. Vice Chair Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move House third reading amendment number 51 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Point of order.
Please.
Representative Heiner, state your point.
I would like to call a Rules Committee based on Article 3, Section 34 of the State Constitution, Ordinary Expenses of Government.
So, Representative Heiner, what this body does is deemed constitutional until proven otherwise in a court of law. Point of order. Chair dismisses your point of order. Representative Larson, please.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I'd like to call a Rules Committee on germaneness.
Rules Committee being called on germaneness. Rules Committee to the front, please. Okay, members, in accordance with the Rules Committee, who ruled that it is germane, the chair rules that amendment number 55 is germane to the bill. Representative Heiner?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Excellent. Vice Chair Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move the corrected copy of third reading amendment number 55 to House Bill 1.
Please
and ask for
continue.
your favorable consideration. So, folks, in the earlier in this session, we had a bill that took the ARPA dollars that we knew were left over, and ARPA dollars, meaning the American Rescue Plan Act dollars that we anticipated to come back in, and we had a bill that designated where those funds went. This amendment doesn't do that. Okay, and so, and I want to make sure, as you look at your corrected copy, there's a change on page 3. If you look down on line 28 through 35, there should be Romanet 1, 2, and 3. So the concern that we have on the ARPA dollars is at the end of this year, all unobligated dollars have to be obligated. And all obligated dollars need to be completely expanded or committed to be expanded by the end of 2026. Of those programs that we had early in 21 and 22, there's about $54 million of that did not get expanded or obligated. So that's a known amount. Then we have, of the obligated dollars and stuff that's been awarded out, there's much of that that hasn't been able to go under contract for a variety of reasons, and so some of that money is coming back. And so our concern is we really want to be careful to make sure that we utilize those funds and don't send any of them back. So what this amendment does is it gives the governor the authority to expend these dollars, and I'll go through how we do that. On page 1, we change we insert some new definitions, and on page 4, we insert the reference in the table for ARPA dollars. Then what we do is we create section 397, and we say any unexpended, unobligated funds appropriated in 22 and 23 are appropriated to the governor, or they revert to the governor. In B, we reappropriate or authorize the governor to use those funds, and he shall obligate those funds no later than December 31st of 2024 on any other projects or uses eligible. C, we use some of these funds for revenue replacement in Department of Health, Department of Corrections, which may not have completely been used at this point. They are able to be reappropriated to be used for revenue replacement up through the available time in 2026. In D, the appropriations and the reappropriations in this section cannot be included in any agency standard budget. In E, no expenditure shall be made except in accordance with state and federal law. F, the governor shall implement reporting requirements on the receipt of any grant. G, the governor is authorized to establish by order or rule emergency programs. And in H, the funds appropriated shall be in accordance with the American Rescue Plan, the ARPA Plan Act rules. And on J, on the next page, the governor shall report to the Joint Appropriations Committee on a monthly basis the following: the aggregate allocation of funds appropriated in this section by program, program expenditures, grants awards, and grant expenditures. I might note that that is available to anyone who would like to go on the State Budget Department's website and get on the ARPA link.
You can see who's applied, where they're at, and what they're doing for transparency to make sure that those funds are allocated and that we know how they're being used. K, nothing in this section shall be construed to modify any existing contract or obligation of the state. And it's the intent that this authorization to the governor would give precedence and prevail over Senate File 132. And it's the intent of the legislature that the governor consider the following priorities: reduction in state matching funds, in Water 1, Water 2, and Water 3. We have previously awarded some projects to municipalities where that was funded in part with ARPA dollars, could have been funded fully with ARPA dollars, didn't have the amount available at the time, so they funded part of it with Water 1 dollars. We can go back in and take those Water 1 dollars and replace them with ARPA dollars. The next thing would be water and sewer projects, mental health, and inflationary costs to previously approved projects. That's our recommendation to the governor. And then, and that in essence is it. So we didn't move forward on it on this side, and so we're wanting to make sure, and I know that there's a bill coming over from the Senate side. As we looked at this, and as I look at that bill, there's some challenges.
Remember, Representative Larson, we don't refer to legislation coming across.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't go into those. Thank you. I appreciate that correction. So that's what this bill does, is give the governor the authority to make sure that we don't send any of those ARPA dollars back. Would appreciate an aye vote.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to divide the amendment.
Okay, Representative Heiner, please go ahead.
So division number 1 would be on page 3, lines 21 through 23, which is subset M.
So could you repeat that? I'm sorry, Representative Heiner.
Page 3, lines 21 through 23.
21 through 23.
Division 2 would be line 34 on the same page. And division 3 would be the remaining, everything remaining.
So division 1 is 21 through 23, and division 2 is what?
Line 34 on page 3.
I don't have a line 34. I got a correct.
Speaker,
Okay.
the one that's online has a line 34.
All right, is that a corrected copy?
Yes, it must be, because the good bringer was reading from that
Yeah, I'll
is
get it in there.
online.
So Chief, I need to get the correct bill and not the good vice chair.
Yeah,
No, I'll get one
He
from the
was using a
chief.
different one. If you go online, he was using corrected.
So, Mr. Speaker, just to clarify for everybody, the computer can't do a corrected. So there are two that have corrected copy, and you have to have the most recent one.
Representative Heiner, sorry for the delay. We'll get that bill or get that amendment out here in a second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Representative Heiner, let's start over and go to wherever you would like to go now that I've got the right bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin with Division Number 1, if it's okay.
Okay, could you repeat because my lines were wrong on the,
Okay, Division 1 would be page 3, lines 21 through 23. And just to be sure, it's Romanet number M, subparagraph M. Little confusion over the different corrected versions. I'm sorry about that.
got you. Please go to Division 2.
Division 2 would be line 34.
And Division 3 is the rest?
The remaining, yes, sir.
Okay. That works. So Representative Heiner, I'm going to rule that Division 2 is not divisible because it attaches to Section N and it can't stand by itself. So each individual division has to be able to stand by itself, and the language behind it does not work. So if you have a different division, I believe Division 1 is divisible. If you have a different division or you want to challenge that, we could go to a Rules Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I will just go with Division 1 and the remaining being Division 2.
Okay. And which one, Representative Heiner, which division would you like to start with?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin with Division 1.
All right. Division 1, lines 21 through 23. Representative Heiner, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This references a file that's over on the other chamber. I believe I can say Senate File 132 because it is in the bill. But this is a standalone treatment of ARPA rather than in a budget bill. Now, in our Constitution, it says the budget bill should deal with the ordinary expenses of government, and ARPA is dealing with emergency expenses of government. Throughout the whole ARPA legislation, it talks about the emergency or authorized emergency programs. So we have a standalone, or they have a standalone bill over on the other chamber, and this actually tries to, with this Division 1, makes this amendment supersede anything they do with the bill on the other side. I ask that we let that bill stand on its own, let it come over. If we do not like it, we can amend it, but let's not discount it through this amendment.
Representative Larson Lloyd, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Putting the prevailing language is kind of a common practice the two bodies have as they legislatively joust with each other on whose bill they think is superior and purer and closer to God. And so this language is not new. If you've been around here, it's kind of who's first to the draw. If you know there's a competing bill in the other body, you want to ensure that yours has priority on that. And so that's what this does. Now, I'd like to go into the substance of the comments made by the bringer of the amendment, where he talks about legislating for emergency use. This amendment just transfers authority. It doesn't appropriate a penny to any project. It is only given the governor the authority to resolve and take care of, and we don't tell him where. On page 3, we note that it's legislative intent that the intent of the legislature that the governor consider but we don't require him to. And we talk about reduction in state funds for water projects, water and sewer projects, which we already have. Mental health is one of the areas that the agency that's been overseeing the distribution of ARPA is one of the areas
Point of
that,
order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hornock, what's your point?
We're on Division 1 of the amendment. We're not discussing everything else. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Narrow it up a bit, Representative.
yes, and thank you, and that's why it was the Breener, Mr. Chairman, that noted what his opinion of the bill done, and I'm making a point that I think that that is not correct, because we don't appropriate any funds in this bill. We only give the authority, and we give suggestions to the governor on where we would like those to do, and mental health being one of them. So, Mr. Chairman, again, would encourage the body to vote in support of Division 1 to keep M in place.
Anybody else on Division 1? Representative Yin on Division 1.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize, but I do need, maybe this is a point of order, but I need some clarity on how to interpret Division 1 by itself. So if we adopt Division 1 and we don't adopt Division 2, does this division sit in a section by itself, or does it apply to whatever the directly previous section is and become a subsection for that directly previous section? So I just need some clarity on how to interpret this division by itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, let me take a look. So, Representative Yin, I'm going to call a Rules Committee, and all of us come to the front, and we will discuss it. I think the question for me, just so everybody knows, is does M stand alone? M stands alone if you can recognize that line 25 on page 1 is section 397. So if you don't grab 397, can it stand alone? I think that's part of the question in my mind, so I'm going to go to a Rules Committee. All right, we'll come back to order. The chair's going to rule that it is divisible because our tradition is to be able to pull in the intro language and with the division, and so you'd be able to pull in on page one's lines 1 through 25, which would then make it divisible. So Representative Yin, would you like to withdraw that point of order?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. With that clarity, I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you. Now, Representative Heiner, please continue. If you were, you went first. Representative Larson Lloyd went second on the first time. Representative Yin came in, so I'm still on individuals for their first time. Would anybody else like to speak for the first time? If not, for the second time, Representative Larson Lloyd? Nope. Representative Heiner, why don't you bring her home?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a learning experience for more than just myself. Appreciate that. This one paragraph, I don't think belongs in this amendment. I think we can take that, strike that out and not hurt what else is in here. I recommend the body take that part out and we can debate the merits of the amendment on its own. Thank you.
There's no money involved, so all those in favor of Division 1, which is lines 21 through 23 on page 3, all those in favor of Division 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Motion carries, so Division 1 has, what's that? I was about to. Okay, you called division. So all those, so let's make it clear what we're voting for. So the whole amendment is this, right? So the Division 1 is whether M 1 through 23 would stay in the amendment or whether it would not stay in the amendment. So and there was a division called during that. So all those in favor of 21 through 23 remaining in the amendment, stand up. All right, 35 is a majority, so Division 1 remains. So Representative Heiner on Division 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does is takes some of these monies that are left over from ARPA and gives it all to the governor to decide what to do with it. Now, is that what we want to do? We want to just put it in the governor's hands to do this? And I think I can use that, the name for our chief executive because that's in the amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker? So,
yes.
So do we want to do that, or do we want to have some others deciding that, or just one person? Also, what it does is allows him to decide where it's allocated. We've recently heard about the needs for infrastructure within our communities. The Safe Drinking Water Act has identified over $130 million is needed this year in our communities. And in the next bienniums, over $600 million is needed. We have a number of communities that have had boil orders for this past year. Can you imagine being in one of those communities with a boil order where you can't drink the water and you have to worry about even showering in the water, what it's going to do to you? If you have little children, you have to worry about putting them in a bathtub and if they get any of the water in their mouths. If they, after dinner, and you're cleaning up your little children, you have to worry about the washcloth contaminating this little child because you have a boil order. We have a definite need in our communities for infrastructure for water and sewer. With the way this is written, a good portion of that money could go to something else. And if you look at the original bill that we defeated earlier, a lot of it went to mental health for a pilot program. Now, this is one-time money that ends in a couple of years. One-time money, there's no more money coming for the ARPA. So do we want to start a pilot program that will have continuing costs in the future? Or do we want to put this money to our infrastructure, to our cities and towns? Do we want to go home and tell our communities that we're getting some more money for them to be able to finish up some of the projects they have? We have some projects that are shovel-ready. They're just waiting. They're trying to find a way to pay for it. So let's help them out with this one-time money. Let's get some other elected officials involved. Let's let them collaborate what the highest needs are in our state. And let's wait for the other bill so that we can look at those options. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. So I agree with the goal expressed by the good representative from District 18. When we had Joint Appropriations Committee in December and January, one of my goals was to try to find some extra ARPA money that could help Rollins. It's got water lines that are made out of wood that are nearly a century old. They've got both transmission and distribution lines. They're a high need. My first thought was, let's get some of this ARPA money directly to Rollins so we can fix that. So it turns out that the timing doesn't work on it because these ARPA funds must be obligated and the contract awarded by December 31, 2024, and then expended by 2026. And because the design is not ready for Rollins, even if we gave them $10 million or $20 million today in this bill, they couldn't obligate it. They couldn't get the contract awarded because they've got to design the project first. So what does this amendment do? This amendment fixes a problem that we created for ourselves in 2022. House Bill 189 from 2022, the ARPA bill, Section 5 of that bill said that if there are funds left over, they would revert on October 1, not to the chief executive, but to the office that manages our state lands and investments, okay? So we created a problem because what we've heard from that agency is if these funds, which are expected to be from $54 million, maybe up to $80 million, if they land in that office on October 1st, because they're trapped in that office, they have to use their rules. They would have to have municipalities apply for it, and they couldn't do it in time to get the funds awarded. So what this amendment does is back it up to April 1, give it to the governor, and this will help Rollins, okay, it should, in the following way. If some of the money is used to replace Water One account monies from original projects that are already awarded, they can use these funds to replace Water One development funds. Those Water One development funds come back to the state, and now they're not under any federal strings. So that frees up Water One development money that can be used for Rollins wooden distribution lines. So in a roundabout way, this amendment, I think, does address the problem. It's circuitous. It's a technical fix to a problem that, frankly, we inadvertently created in 2022. On and for Division 2.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just tail on a little bit the conversation from the good representative of Sweetwater County and suggest that the timing is really critical. And we spent 4 days with the office that administrated all of the ARPA programs and funding. We had our own ideas in the JAC, and this up here and out there, this committee had vastly different ideas on what we should do with these leftover ARPA dollars. After we sat down with the agency and understood the significance of the short duration of time that we have left to get them obligated and then to get them spent by 2026, and what Treasury guidance was and how that changed, our broad views and grand ideas really become significant more narrow than what we originally had. The executive branch, this agency has been involved with this for 2 years. They have a very good understanding of the applications that are out there. Is water and sewer important? Absolutely they are. Do we need to get more out there to them? Absolutely we do. But I think that there is a fair argument, and one that I feel very strongly about, on trying to address mental health and how do we find and identify programs that will work. Do we think that there might be a new program that helps mental health issues? Well, yes. Yes, that's what we're trying to figure out, and how to do it in the most appropriate way. And so looking at the broad scope and saving some of these funds that out of Water One that then can go back in and be reappropriated without the strings attached, as mentioned, is very important. I believe that this is the most streamlined way. We don't always have to be the last one to put the last nail in the coffin. The governor and the executive branch and the agency that overseeing this, I think, has done an incredible job of getting this money out the door and staying in compliance with Treasury guidance. I would request an aye vote.
Representative Nyman for your first time on Division 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage a no vote on this. Folks, this is our opportunity when this comes over from the Senate for this body to be able to take that piece of legislation and to transform it if you want. I mean, that's what we do here. I was encouraged when the ARPA dollars first started to flow into the state, is that whatever you do, and we were encouraged when I was set on House Education, don't create or do things that are a one-time infusion of dollars that are going to create an ongoing expense. They said, please don't do that, because then that's going to create even more need for dollars to come in to continue things, because people don't like to see things cut off. Portions of this is exactly what that is going to do. We're looking at a potential development of a new program. What we're saying here is our communities are an investment, not an expense. And this money can be brought back. We talked to the folks with the office down below, and they've given us dates that this thing needs to be done by, shovel ready. If it's not, then it meets that 15th of March, was their suggestion. Then if another date in it was July 1st, that had to be committed by, so those dollars were, what do you call it? I can't even think of the word off the top of my head right now, but basically committed or locked up. That's what we can do here. This would be things that we could use for infrastructure for long-term investment for all of our communities that are going to go under the ground, on top of the ground, improving our roads, improving our water and our infrastructure, so that we can take some of the pressures off those communities. We can do that. If that's what this body wants to do, we can bring that piece of legislation here and we can modify it. We do it all the time. I would encourage no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Craigo for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know we have a rule against talking about other bills, but it's already been mentioned by the bringer of the division that we're waiting on a bill coming from the other end. And I believe that bill died in committee today. And so this is our last option to spend the ARPA money. So I'd encourage an aye vote on the division.
All of that is within the means because the bill is in the amendment, so we can talk about the bill. Representative O'Hearn for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, we had a project started 2 years ago, that water treatment plant that the city that I work in has started. We started it, inflationary budget went up. Everybody remembers me going down underwater 3 different times, drowning. The rescue plan is exactly what this is for. That's already in the hopper. So these ARPA funds will be used for projects that really need rescue, that are already shovel ready, and half of them have already started. Vote aye.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's important, those 4 days that we worked on that bill that you all voted on not too long ago, it was literally, we worked on it and worked on it. And we had testimony from the good folks from OSLI explain the process and what they have to go through in order to take, for example, new applications and the timing involved and you just put it all in a basket. The conclusion was, we'll be lucky if we can get any of this done, because everyone wanted a new project. The good folks from the town of Upton came down and kind of presented to us, and there were folks from Fremont County, there was folks from Sweetwater County asking for new projects. And so as we were debating this, the conclusion was they probably don't have time to reassess, do all the new projects, do all the evaluations, and get it done. And then you have to have a reversion date by about October again. So that by the time they get set up, that really gives 2 or 3 months for you to get a project in, get it vetted, get it kicked out. And then they do a ground check, because everything is a very specific process in order to comply with all of the requirements of ARPA. And so in a nutshell, that's how we ended up with the original version of the bill, which was paying water account projects, water and sewer, allowing for inflation for those projects that have already been approved. So if we can show inflation on those projects, they can get some more money. And then at the end of the day, what are those things that you can fund the fastest if it comes and it's October 31st or November 30th, and you need to allocate and spend in 1 month, basically. And that fallback one were 2 or 3 or 4 different types of mental health programs. And so that's kind of how that whole situation arose with the first bill. So what this does, and we've had numerous conversations with the good folks down in the chief executive's office on what our desire is, meaning water and sewer and inflationary projects to get the projects done. And they are aware of that. And we've had various oral representations that they understand what we want to do, and they're going to try to do their best as they can in order to kind of follow our direction in our concerns and our needs. So you might recall that we did this last year on part of ARPA. At some point, in order to administer this and get it done, you just got to have your faith and confidence in the chief executive's office to do what we ask them to do, because they want the money to go as far as possible for one-time projects for communities around the state. And so on in favor.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the divider of the amendment? Representative Heiner for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The news that we heard from one of the other representatives about the bill in the other chamber kind of takes the wind out of my sails. So if this passes, or if it doesn't pass, I think the outcome will be the same. The governor will have the spending policy. He'll be able to take that money and allocate it wherever he feels it best fits our needs. Hopefully, he will send that money to water and sewer infrastructure in our communities where it's needed the most. I hope he hears that message. I hope he utilizes as much money to help those projects move forward as he can. And I ask you to vote your conscience on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. There's no money in this. It's just movement of money. So this will be a voice vote. So all those in favor of Division 2 on third reading amendment number 55 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Division 2 has passed. We are now on third reading amendment number 51, corrected copy. Is that correct, Chief, or do we have a corrected? I don't want to get the wrong one this time. Just a corrected copy? All right. Representative Wiley.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to the temperament of this body, I would like to respectfully withdraw third reading amendment 3051C.
Yay. Third reading amendment number 51 has been withdrawn. I think our temper's pretty good, actually. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 87. And let me get to the back page to see whose that is. Chairman Nicholas. Third reading amendment number 87.
Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully withdraw third reading number 87.
Yay. Third reading amendment number 87 has been withdrawn. We have to wait a second for third reading amendment 88. It'll have to be posted online and all of that. It's online, but we don't have a copy. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would move third reading amendment number 88 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called the budget balancer. And so the purpose of this, this is basically crafted by our good friends in the back hallway. And its purpose is to look at all of the actions that we've taken, this body, meaning the House, and our good friends down in the Senate, and what actions they've taken. And you move money around in order to make sure that there's sufficient funds in the right places to get to, so that when we go to a conference committee and whatever we come out with, there's money to do what we need to do. And so that's really all this does. Its purpose is just to balance out the actions of both houses and have the ability to accomplish it. So if you have, and it's really fairly simple. It's hard to follow because it bounces all over the place. But as I explain it to you, and if you have it in front of you, it basically gives joint appropriations the flexibility between their positions to balance the funds available to take care of all bills, including, this is kind of large because we have all the property tax bills out there, and that type of thing. So the first thing it does, in section 300 at page 101, it reduces the transfer, it transfers over roughly $16 million from SIPA to the general fund because that's left unexpended. And so that's basically just clearing out those funds. Then at page 110, line 23, this transfers, this is a one-day change of dollars. So this money that goes in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, instead of transferring on June 30th of 2024, it transfers on July 1st of 2025. That just makes monies available in that budget, in our next budget cycle for some, if we need those funds available. So That's all that does. Then if you go down to section 300, this takes, let me double check this. It's hard to read somebody's handwriting sometimes. So this just moves money forward. So we have excess dollars at the end of this biennium, roughly $300 million that has not been appropriated. And so this takes that $300 million, it moves it into the next biennial budget. So we have those funds available for the budget we're working on now, because this is the 25-26 budget. So that's what the section 300, where you see that $300,000 shall be transferred to the LSRA, but we do it in 25-26 from funds that came out of this budget cycle. And then finally, section 331, this basically backfills the general fund. It provides space between the parties on the budget bill. So we increase it from 152 million to 250 million. And that's basically a large number because there's lots of room out there. So it just creates flexibility based upon the bills that are in front of us. And that's a calculation that our LSL staff provides for us. And that's the bill. So thank you. I vote.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for the bringer. In the section 330, we've gone from 115 million roughly to 300 million. So there's a difference of roughly $285 million. Does that mean that in the last, so we have to transfer that money in order to spend it to the LSRA. Does that mean that in the last few days working on this budget, we've actually increased our budget by that roughly $285 million through our budget process?
No.
Just a second.
I'm sorry.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody else for their first time? Second time for the bringer. Chairman Nicholas.
No, and I think this is fairly straightforward. If you read it, the unappropriated funds that exist on June 30th, 2024, in excess of $300 million shall transfer. So once again, what we're doing is we're making money available that's in excess of 300. So we're keeping that money in the playing field, depending to see what happens on what both houses have done as of today, and on all the bills that are in front of us. And you know, if you look at the property tax bills, if we adopted all of them, that's probably not enough money. But I mean, the reason holds that we're not going to do that. And so, but it's a good idea to at least put enough in there to have enough money on hand. So basically.
All right. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on third reading amendment number 88 to House Bill 1.
Allemande. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clouston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith, Stiff, Storer, Strock, Stivart, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washut, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Zwanitzer Dan, Zwanitzer Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Allemand, no to aye. Stivar? No to aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 62 aye.
Third reading amendment number 88 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 89. Chief, do we have that bill? And is it online yet? That's the other question. Okay. I got it. All right. Representative Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 89 and ask for your favorable consideration, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last amendment. This is the technical corrections amendment. And so as we've been working through and we're getting drafts of the various actions that we've taken on the amendments, and then you've got our good folks in LSO back in the back room reading and proofreading. So all these are our technical corrections. And if you have it in front of you, it's pretty simple. And I'll just touch on them briefly so we don't go into too much detail. The first one on page 8, line 17, simply conforms the language in that to the standard language that we use. That's all that does. It's just conforming language on that particular action. On page 38, line 2, there was an errant number, so it modifies the number which S5 to S5 because that's the number it needs to be. On page 53, line 1, they had listed the wrong funds, so this deletes general funds and inserts other funds. Page 100 after line 19. That was an errant number as well, so it's just correcting the numerical number that was listed. Page 103. This is adding one clarifying word, reversions, basically, so that it just clarifies that particular phrase. Page 50, then the last one, page 51, lines 3 and lines 4. This conforms with other active bills to prevent a conflict that we don't have to have. So with that, I ask your favorable consideration.
I don't see anybody going to the mic, so I believe there is no money in this, so it's just technical correction. So all those in favor of third reading amendment number 89 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Third reading amendment number 89 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. All right, House Bill number 1. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll. This is House Bill 1, the budget bill.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hornock, Jennings, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Locke, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Nemec, Northrup, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Pendergraft, Penn, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith, Stiff, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washut, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Zwanitzer Dan, Zwanitzer Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Ottman? Aye. 2 no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 41 aye, 21 noes.
House Bill number 1, the budget bill, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 1 has passed the House.
Mr. Speaker,
Chairman Nicholas,
privilege of the floor.
please.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank, first of all, the members of the Appropriations Committee for their services for the last 2.5 months. It's been a long haul. It's a unique experience. Hopefully many of you will have that opportunity in the future days ahead. But it's a grind. It's a lot of work. But I can tell you that this House Appropriations Committee is the hardest working Appropriations Committee in the world. I mean, they just drilled down, they read, they studied. It's really remarkable. So let's give a hand for the Appropriations Committee. And Mr. Chairman, this would not be possible without the assistance of the staff from our Legislative Service Office. I mean, they're sitting there and they're preparing before and after the meetings and in between meetings. And so a warm clap of the hands for our wonderful staff, LSO. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Davis, privilege of the floor.
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
Please go ahead.
To our left gallery, we have the mayor from Superior, Wyoming, Dominic Wolf. And councilman. Yes.
Mayor Wolf and I have put up hay together several times. Good to see you, Dominic. And you know, I don't know if she's still here, but I think Fran Robinson from Big Piney was up in the audience. I don't know if she's still around or not, but it's nice to see Fran. Good to see you. That red, of course, is the red and white for the punchers of Big Piney. All right, we are at that order of business of Senate files on first reading. The first Senate file for our consideration is Senate file number 35. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 35, sponsored by Judiciary.
First reading of the bill.
Public Records, DOC Investigations.
The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 45. Senate File 35 is referred to Committee Number 1, Appropriations. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 45.
Senate File 45, sponsored by Senator Nethercott.
First reading of the bill.
Vulnerable Adults, Civil Cause of Action 2.
Senate File number 45 is referred to Committee Number 1, Appropriations. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 48.
Senate File 48, sponsored by Appropriations.
Just a second, Chief.
That last one was Judiciary.
I'm going to have to back up. So Senate File 35 is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. And Senate File 45 is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. And now the next one for our consideration is Senate File 48. Reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 48, sponsored by Appropriations.
First reading of the bill.
Patrol Warden and Investigator Retirement Contributions.
Senate File 48 is referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 55.
Senate File 55, sponsored by Revenue.
First reading of the bill.
Board of Equalization, questions before the board.
Senate File 55 is referred to Committee Number 3, Revenue. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 84.
Senate File 84, sponsored by Senator Brennan.
First reading of the bill.
School Facilities Use Fees.
Senate File 84 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 103.
Senate File 103, sponsored by Senator Salazar.
First reading of the bill.
Wyoming Prime Act.
Senate File 103 is referred to Committee Number 5, Agriculture. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 14.
Senate File 14, sponsored by Agriculture.
First reading of the bill.
State Fair Board Powers and Responsibilities.
Senate File 14 is referred to Committee Number 5, Agriculture. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 20.
Senate File 20, sponsored by Corporations.
First reading of the bill.
Electricity rates for costs that do not benefit Wyoming.
Senate File 20 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 5.
Senate File 5, sponsored by Labor.
First reading of the bill.
Organ Transplant Recipient Protection.
Senate File number 5 is referred to Committee Number 10, Labor. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 4.
Senate File 4, sponsored by Labor.
First reading of the bill.
Rehiring retired firefighters, continued retirement benefits.
Senate File 4 is referred to Committee Number 10, Labor. Reports from standing committees.
House Bill 52, sponsored by Representative Summers, Property Tax Homestead Exemption, an act relating to taxation. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 52, Property Tax Homestead Exemption, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Sherwood, Stith, Walters. Noes, Representatives Larson, Nicholas, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. House Bill 75, sponsored by Appropriations, Public Property Amendments, an act relating to public property and buildings. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 75, Public Property Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Excused, Representative Henderson. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. House Bill 79, sponsored by Blockchain. Secretary of State, expedited filings, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 79, Secretary of State, expedited filings, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representatives Nicholas, Sherwood. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. House Bill 103, sponsored by Representative Allred. Property tax assessment ratio for residential property, an act relating to ad valorem taxation. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 103, Property Tax Assessment Ratio for Residential Property, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. House Bill 125, sponsored by Representative Haroldson, repeal gun-free zones and preemption amendments, an act relating to concealed weapons. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 125, repeal gun-free zones and preemption amendments, respectfully reports same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Crago, Haroldson, Jennings, Nemec, Oakley, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes, Representatives Chestick and Provenza. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 134 is sponsored by Representative Lawley. Property Tax Deferral Program Amendments, an act relating to property taxes. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 134, Property Tax Deferral Program Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 15, sponsored by Transportation. Acceptance of retrocession federal military installations, an act relating to defense forces and affairs. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 15, acceptance of retrocession federal military installations, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Berger, Brown, Nemec, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Pendergraft, Smith, Wiley. Noes, Representative Stivar. Representative Brown, Chairman. Senate File 17, sponsored by Transportation. Plane Coordinate Systems Amendments, an act relating to plane coordinate system. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highway, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 17, Plane Coordinates System Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Berger, Brown, Nemec, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Pendergraft, Smith, Wiley. Noes, Representative Stivar. Representative Brown, Chairman. Senate File 60, sponsored by Select Federal Natural Resource Management. 2024 Large Project Funding, an act relating to the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Funding Act. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 60, 2024 Large Project Funding, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Burkhart, Byron, Larson, Newsom, Singh, Storer, Western, Winter. Representative Newsom, Chairman.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was just that pile of read-in, right? So we've got quite a long list of bills. So I do have a re-referral, not that I necessarily think it'll happen, but Chairman Newsom? It would be Senate
Thank you,
File.
Mr. Speaker. I re-refer Senate File 60 to Committee 2 Appropriations. Thank you.
committee number 2 that one will work. So without objection, Senate File 60 has been re-referred to committee number 2 appropriations. We are at that order of business of bills on second reading. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 3. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 3, sponsored by Revenue. Property tax exemption for long-term homeowners, an act relating to taxation.
We have amendments, and I need to see those. Do I have them? Let me check. All right. That's second reading, 92. Third reading, second reading, number 1 to 3. Okay, that would be Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 3 and do ask for your favorable consideration. So this is really just what I would consider more of a cleanup amendment. There was a committee standing committee amendment that brought LLCs into the definition of basically what still counts as a person holding title to the property. And it brought it in under the trust language. And then, and it would have included any limited liability company generally. What was interesting is the bill still included partnerships and corporations, but only if they were held for farming and ranching activity. So what this amendment does is it takes out that ranching and farming activity requirement for partnerships and corporations, and it just says that a person who occupies a primary residence owned by a corporation, partnership, limited liability company, or an LLC, as long as they're a shareholder or owner of that corporation, partnership, or LLC, then it's going to count for the definition. And I'll certainly take any questions.
Vice Chair Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the good work from our capital city lawyer here in helping us get this cleaned up so we get it right. I think this is a good amendment and would ask for your aye vote.
Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else for their second time? Okay, so we are voting on second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 3. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 3 has passed. We are now on second reading amendment number 2. Representative Lawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 3 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is an amendment to do what we commonly call as backfill, but to specific counties, and I want to explain who they are. They're what are commonly referred to as hardship counties, and those are defined in the direct distribution model. And when we do these direct distributions, one of the things that was decided when the model was created at some point to respect the very wide differences between counties in terms of how much one mill generates of their property values within that county. And so the definition of what some call a hardship county or any counties whose one mill only generates $300,000 or less per mill. And so right now there are 6 counties, that's Goshen, Hot Springs, Niobrara, Platte, Washakie, and Weston counties. And what I'm really getting at here is there is a great disparity among our counties, and that it really affects this issue of some of the different property tax relief bills if there's not a backfill. Some counties can withstand that, not having a backfill, and others it's very much more difficult for them to do so. And let me just give you an example of context here. And I want to use my county in my district, Washakie County. So one mill in Washakie County produces $181,380,000. And remember, the hardship definition is $300,000 or less. So just in comparison to equivalent to Campbell County, for example. Washakie County would have to levy 31.5 mills to generate what only 1 mill generates in Campbell County. I want you to think about that for a minute. So we would have to generate, to get what Campbell County gets in 1 mill, we would have to do 31.5 mills. So again, a great disparity, and the direct distribution model has done a great thing in terms of what we do in Wyoming. We help each other out, because this only works because the counties that have a greater evaluation of property in their county are willing to give up a little so that the hardship counties get a little more out of that direct distribution model. So I want you to think about then how that affects with these property tax bills and when they're not backfilled. These hardship counties, these 6 counties, are put in a little bit difficult situation when those revenues are taken away by whatever we legislate here. So I'm simply asking for an amendment on this bill. There was no backfill for at least those hardship counties, those 6 counties and that's what the amendment does. And it calls for some record keeping and then transfer of the money to the counties.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this conversation as we look at all of the different things that when we look at this property tax relief or reform, what are the real ramifications of doing so? And recognizing what revenue is raised and where does it go? And so when you look at doing a backfill for just 6 counties, I don't know that I think that's a fair result. I recognize they bring in less per mill, but when you look at it on whole, bigger counties have a lot of work to do and a lot of services to provide. And so what we're saying here is that 6 of them, you get the property tax relief, but the state will cover your burden for you 6, but the other, do the math quickly, 17, you have to pay for yours. So I appreciate the thought behind this, and but I don't believe that this is the right way to go. I don't think that this is a fair result. And so in looking at this, that I think is a fair conversation, you'll see a 3rd reading amendment for if we're going to go in this direction, and I think it's a good, possibly a good direction, discussion for us to have, but would be to backfill for everybody. I think we need to be consistent and fair with our people and our county uniformly. In fact, I believe that's called for by the Constitution to have that sort of uniform. So I don't believe that this is the right direction, but I appreciate the conversation and the thought behind it.
Anyone else for their first time? Seeing no one else, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My response is this, that I don't think there's a correlation directly between the property valuation and expenses that a county has. I don't think that's really there. I'm not saying there's not some differences, but the correlation is not really based with valuation of property. There's a lot of reasons that a county can have different valuation of property, but I'll say this, I would support a backfilling for all counties, but in a mood of being fiscally conservative, but knowing that there are those that need it more than others, and even to educate this body a little bit about these disparities. And when we talk very broadly about some of these property tax relief bill, I think it's really important to understand that they do not affect each county in the same way. And so when I hear people talk about excesses that their county has and money they have in reserve, I'm happy for you, very happy for you, but it is not the situation of the county I represent. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will, again, aye on the amendment.
We are voting on 2nd reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 3. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 2nd reading amendment number 2 has failed. We are on 2nd reading amendment number 3. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe new Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 3 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, I'm going to be bringing this on many of the property tax bills that you'll see both today and possibly tomorrow, depending on what we get to. But I think essentially what I want to do is that we're working on a lot of property tax bills, and some of them, we might pass multiple ones, we might pass just a couple, but what I really want to do is make sure that we double check ourselves in a couple years and see if we didn't break anything, essentially. And if we didn't, that's great. We did the right thing, we did a good job, we provided property tax relief, and then we just repeal the sunset in 3 years. But that's all that I want to do with these property tax bills, even the ones I like, the ones I don't like. I'm putting it on all of them because I want to make sure that we didn't screw up. And I think that's just really the part of accountability on ourselves to make sure that in 3 years, we did the right thing and then we can vote for property tax relief one more time by repealing the sunset. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Anybody for their first time? Vice Chair Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't necessarily mind a sunset date. When I look at some of these things and we have this discussion about property tax reform, I guess in my mind, I've been thinking we're going to make these changes for, that our plan, if we do some sort of exemptions and caps, that this is our plan going forward. So if that's our thought process, then I would resist a sunset date. And if the legislature and future legislators want to repeal the programs, they can. Rather than compelling them to revisit it in 3 or 4 years. So those are my thoughts. I'm not really strong either way, but I guess I could say in my head, I'm not thinking of sunsetting these things. I'm thinking of them as being the permanent change in the Green Book. So I guess from there, vote how you would like.
Chairman Harshman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I don't think it's a bad idea to price sunset these. It's a 3-year deal, so it'll be in a general session. It won't have the wholly undemocratic, unholy 2/3 to renew it. And I think if it's working, it'll be a nice vote for to continue tax relief. So I think it's a good idea. And then, as we've all been told, to study it, we can continue to study it and why the airplane is already flying. So I am going to vote aye on this. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Yin for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, I do really appreciate the Chairman of Revenue pointing out that this is coming in a general session. So it is something where we will take the time to make sure that we did the right thing. And again, this way we can provide relief and make sure we studied it at the same time. So people who are asking for a study, this is the study, while we actually provide relief for our constituents. So I do ask you to adopt the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 3 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Motion carries. Second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 3 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration, so look online because you should find another one. Second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 3, and that is Vice Chair Oakley. At least that's what it says. Vice Chair Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move amendment, are we at 4?
Second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 3.
Second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 3. Thank you. So LSO got right on my request that I just talked about, that I said we might see on third reading. Appreciate that. They're amazing. So what this does is if the amendment that we just passed defeated, it would remove that, which we clearly don't need to, but this is the backfill provision. So a question for the body, of course, if we're going to do this, and it is going to affect your counties in that way. Do we want to do the unfunded mandate, or do we want to say, hey, the counties need this money, they're doing the good work of law enforcement and all the things that they do, and we think that's important. So if we're gonna pass the relief, we're gonna go ahead and step up and put the money where our mouth is. That's what this amendment does. So I'd ask for your aye vote.
Chairman Brown, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the amendment, but I think it makes us really ask the same question that I've been asking myself through pretty much all of these property tax decisions throughout all of this. These are services that we have to pay for. So if we're going to provide the relief to the homeowners and everybody out there, it's going to be an impact to our budget. That's really all there is to this. So we either have to choose one or the other. And in my opinion, I don't like this particular amendment, because what it does is it says the state's going to cover everything that I'm not going to personally cover with my taxes. So if my house burns down, I feel like I'm responsible for that. I have to pay taxes for that. I don't believe the state should be paying for that. I don't believe the coal, oil, and natural gas companies out there should be paying the taxes to fight the fires at my house. So I'm going to urge a no vote on this, because I understand what the intent is, but I think we're starting to go down a very slippery slope, in my opinion. That if we start saying the state's going to take care of everything when it comes to property taxes, we're not going to have any property taxes to take care of the bills that we have to pay. On and against.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Vice Chair Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish that we had the updated fiscal note. We did discuss that. And I understand this, as we've all discussed the immense work that LSO does. That's not something they can update for us on these amendments we asked. But I will say it was a 10 million fiscal note. It seemed modest. We did reduce it by 5 years, which would increase that. But of all of these, when we were looking at these property tax relief and reform, I mean, it was 160 million, 200 million. This was by far the one that was that would be the lowest ask from this body, from the state, to take back to our county. So with that, I'll ask for the question.
Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 3 signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 3 has failed. House Bill 3 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. This is just a reminder, folks, that and you'll see it online, that we have lined up to do an accelerate from second to third which will be a motion. People can vote on it for House Bills 3, 4, 45, which are our property tax bills, and the other bill that was on that list yesterday that was House Bill 92. So those will later, once we get through this list, will be on an accelerated list that was available. Privilege of the floor, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the gallery, we have a very special guest. Jason Hunter is here from Lander. He is a game warden, and with him, he has another game warden visiting from Ghana, Godfried. Welcome to the House.
Welcome to the House, and thank you to all the wildlife officials in the state of Wyoming that work overtime to protect our wildlife, so thank you. All right, the next bill for our consideration is House Bill 4. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 4, sponsored by Revenue, Property Tax Refund Program, an act relating to property tax.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 4 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I'm doing what I said I was going to do in bringing this for every bill that is related to property tax relief. So again, this will bring it to the general session for us to talk about one more time and probably vote yes again to remove the sunset in 2027. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Storer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, while I appreciate the minority floor leader's consistency in approaching these bills, I do think on the refund program that there's a couple things to consider. One, we've had this program a long time, and it really has been working. It's been working especially well in the last couple of years as we've expanded it. It only works when we fund it. So we already have an opportunity to decide whether we want to keep the program or not just by appropriating the funds for it. It is, I think, the best program we have at the moment in terms of targeting relief where it needs to be. We gave almost 9,000 refunds away this year. It cost a little over $8 million to do that. This amendment really only applies to this modest expansion of the program that's in House Bill 4. So for those reasons, I don't think a sunset is necessary. We can decide down the road whether to continue to fund this program or not. Thank you.
Anybody else for the first time? Chairman Harshman.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this 3-year deal is a good idea because all we're doing in this bill is making more people eligible. And we don't really know the 100% outcome of that. And I think we want to be able to study it while it moves forward. And the program is in statute. You know, this bill doesn't even pass. The program keeps moving. All we did in this bill now is add one more tier. So we don't have this so-called cliff. But anytime you do tax reform, there's an end point, you know, there's winners and losers and all that stuff. But I think this is a good idea because we want to come back and study this second tier. Maybe we went too far. Maybe we should have a third tier. I don't know. So on and for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody that for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I think this might be a time where Teton County will be voting differently, and that's appropriate. I think that's okay. I would ask you all to vote aye on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 4 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I'm going to call division. So all those in favor, please rise. You're going to have to speak up more. Please stand still. Chairman Nicholas, are you standing? 26. I got 26. All right, all those opposed, please stand. More than. Yep. Thank you. Second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 4 has failed 27 to 35. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 4, Representative Storer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move amendment number 2 to House Bill 4 and ask for your favorable consideration. As you can imagine, the work that the Department of Revenue has taken on as a result of our efforts to address property tax hikes has been considerable. And while this program, I think, remains one of the best bangs for our buck, it does require additional staff. It does require some additional programming to make it work. This is a program that the state administers and works with each of our counties to refund those funds. So they've asked if we would consider a modest $10,000 for programming and $60,000 for part-time help during the time that they need to administer this program. So I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, anybody else would like to speak to this amendment? Nope. All right, do I hear a question? Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 4, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 4 has failed. House Bill 4, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 12. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 12, sponsored by Agriculture, Wyoming Dairy Marketing Act repeal, an act relating to agriculture.
House Bill 12, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 13. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 13, sponsored by Agriculture, flow-through pools exemption, an act relating to public health and safety.
House Bill 13, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Chairman Brown, did you have a quick privilege?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got 2 very special guests. One that happens to have probably the greatest name out there. Up here in our South Gallery, we have got Landon, who is 8 years old. And then we also have Everlett, who is 6 years old. If we could welcome them to the house.
Welcome to the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 29. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 29, sponsored by Judiciary, Cold Case Database and Investigations, an act relating to the Attorney General.
House Bill 29, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it's so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 30. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 30, sponsored by Judiciary, Controlled Substance Act, Possession Amendments, an act relating to controlled substances.
House Bill 30, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 31. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 31, sponsored by Judiciary, Peace Officers, Records and Reporting, an act relating to the administration of government.
We have an amendment. Representative Nemec.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 31 and ask for your favorable consideration. Basically, it's going to be added on 4 spots, page 2, line 5, after file insert, that is specifically related to a complaint and continuing on. What this is going to do is narrow down what they can ask for those records. I stand for any questions.
Chairman Washit for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a good amendment. It narrows it up a little bit and makes everybody feel a little more comfortable with the legislation.
Question having been called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 31 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed. Second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 31 has been adopted. House Bill 31 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 45. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 45, sponsored by Representative Crago, property tax exemption, residential structures, an act relating to taxation.
We have amendments. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 45 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, again, I just want to make sure that we double check ourselves in the general session in 2027, so please vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Crago for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say I'm indifferent. I think there's good reasons to vote for it and good reasons to vote against it, but depending on what we pass out of this body and down the hall, there's reasons to come back and check our work and make sure we are doing it right in a couple years. So indifferent, vote how you feel.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Question having been called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 45 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 45 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 45. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw number 2.
Yay. Second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 45 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 45. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 3.
Awesome. Second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 45 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 45. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 45. And I want to describe this one just a little bit. Basically what this one does, and I described this a little bit yesterday, I talked a little bit about the concept of clawing back. And as I had discussed it yesterday, it was talking about clawing back to 2019. What this amendment does is this amendment has adjusted that to a 2021 date. So it's moved it back 2 less years to try to get us back to more of a, let's call it some reform, or excuse me, let's call it some relief to where a person's tax could be brought down just a little bit and bring us back in line. So this one includes that, takes a clawback to 2021 and then moves forward. What I have added to this particular amendment, I know there were some questions on what happens if it was vacant land and a new structure was added. I've added that into here because I would agree if you bought it as vacant land in 2021 and in 2023 you built a house, that should be included. So I added some language to cover that, but I wanted to put this out there as some potential relief to our taxpayers out there and ask for your favorable consideration of this amendment.
Representative Crago for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. And this is the same discussion we had a couple days ago. Really, the first problem with the amendment is we can't administer it. We just don't have the ability to do it. within the current system. The second problem is I think we're gonna, and I'm hopeful that we try to pass some other bills that address the relief problem. I agree this is more of a reform bill. We're trying to keep taxes from going up. We have other options to do immediate relief and get some relief to our taxpayers and our constituents back home. Not one of these bills is gonna be perfect. I don't think we can put all of our eggs in one basket. I think we have to approach this from a couple different prongs, two, three. I think that's gonna be up to the body, but I see the options to do that, not only on bills that are coming out of here, but that might be coming down from the other end. And so I guess I would ask for a no vote. Let's keep the language of the bill the way it is so that it can be administered and so that we don't pass a bill that does nothing, because I'm afraid if we add this language, that's what we'll do. So please vote no.
Vice Chair Oakley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also would ask for a no vote and just harken back to the conversation we had the first time. Again, I appreciate the intent, but we heard there's more than just difficulties to administer. What you're talking about is there are a bunch of properties, for example, that are new. So it creates, again, probably a very legal problem, problematic that if you built in 2023, you can't go back to 2021. So then you're administering taxes different to people in a different manner, which this doesn't make clear. So if you're supposed to go back to the 2021 property tax bill, but it doesn't even exist, then what are the assessors supposed to do with that? So we don't have that answered. It's too difficult to administer. So the concept is good, but the realities of this are too difficult and create unfairnesses. So I'd ask that you vote no.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try to help everybody without giving a computer science class on how queries are done and how this can be done. I just want to say that it can be done. And where there's a will, there's a way. So the first thing that needs to be addressed is the fact that this amendment doesn't take effect until 2025. The bill and the exemption takes place this year. So this effect of clawing back to previous years doesn't get administered until next year. That gives the department and the elected officials in the counties that have to do this a year to do this. I can tell you with just a little bit of a computer science background, that this work could be done in about 2 days. 2 days. We're giving them a year. I queried the department on how the data is saved, how the strata is available. All you have to do is query it. The computer can do a little bit of math. It's not hard. And we can provide real relief, something that our taxpayers, our constituents, have not seen. And this bill really won't address what they've gone through in the last few years. This amendment does allow them to have relief back to where they were a few years ago. And it really is a compromise. We've brought a couple of amendments like this before that were a little more aggressive. This one is a kind of a middle of the road approach, but it is completely doable. And I think this body and our fellow elected servants of the public back home need to have a little bit different of attitude, a can-do attitude. A vote for this amendment shows a can-do attitude on and for the amendment.
Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Rule 12.4, I ask for a recorded vote.
Do I have some seconds? Chief, you got those? All right, anybody else for their first time? Representative Clouston for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the bringer of the amendment,
Do we know what the fiscal note on the clawback would be?
Anybody else for their first time? Representatives Wanitz or Dan?
First for a second.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Representative Crago for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I just want to stress, we actually want to pass a bill that we can administer and that our assessors in the department can manage. This amendment will make it so that we cannot do that. So I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Anybody else for their second time before the bringer? Representative Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will apologize to the body because in all fairness, when I walked through this particular amendment, a couple of things I did miss. Some of the concerns that were voiced were some complexities that were in a previous amendment. In this particular amendment, there's two things that have happened that I believe one of the previous speakers brought up. Number one, some of the complexities of the calculations were greatly reduced to simplified to the point where it was literally at 1%. And that we've talked to assessors, and that's really the push of a button, for lack of a better term. So that is greatly simplified. Second part of that was going back very far. This information is in the system, okay? And so some of these other capabilities are here. So some of the complexities that have been brought up as major concerns are not a major concern. That being said, the other thing that we did, as was explained, I think previously, is we did move this out a year because I agree. This is not something we want to dump on this bill and make difficult, because we do want to get the relief as quickly as we can into the hands of our people. So that's why I kicked it out a year. So those were some of the things that I probably didn't explain very well. So to the body, I apologize, but I wanted to let you know those types of things have been considered in this case. And again, I don't want to disturb the fact that we want to get this implemented as quick as we possibly can. So I would respect your an aye vote on this. I think it'll be great help for our folks. Oh, there was a request for what the fiscal note. The fiscal note before was in $200 million-ish range. And so this cuts that by 2 years. So it cuts that down. I'm sorry, in moving through these amendments and making this adjustment, I was not able to get a clarification on that specific note, but that just gives you a little bit of a feel. Again, I ask for your aye vote.
All right, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 45.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clouston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez-Williams. Sherwood. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 36 no.
Sorry about that. Second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 45 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 45, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move Second Amendment reading number, or Amendment number 5 to House Bill 45. Now, this amendment is simplified a relief as I could possibly come up with. So, and what it basically does, so as most of you know, this bill basically has a 5% cap built into it. And is what this does is in year one, so basically this year, it takes the 5% cap to a 0. So in other words, we give our people out there 1 year of a level property tax, no increase. And then it goes to the 5% moving forward. The 5% cap is implemented and moves forward exactly the way the bill currently does. So the attempt here was to just give a little relief in year one this year, basically give people a little bit, leave some dollars in their pockets, and then move forward with the 5% cap. So the bill would function just exactly as it is moving forward, other than that first year of basically the property tax increase would be flat. It would be the assessed value of what it was the year before. So I would like to have, I'd love your favorable consideration for this amendment.
Representative Craigo for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure that's what it does. So there's two sets of language you got to be looking at. One's the bill, one's the amendment that we already passed, which was the standing committee amendment. And when I read those together, I can't piece them together. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I appreciate the effort, and I'm not sure I necessarily disagree with the concept, but I'm not sure that's what the language does. And so I guess at this point, I'd urge a no vote. If it happens to, if we have it on third reading, maybe we can sit down and look at it some more and make sure that's what it does, but I'm having a hard time reading that in.
Representative Ward for your first time. Nope. Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment. I think this is a very basic amount of relief that we can provide to our people. And again, I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of second reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 45 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Thank you. All those in favor, please rise. Get 24. 24. All right. 24. All those opposed, please rise. Yeah, I better count. You never know. Until you get to 30 or get to 25. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. More than 24. Second reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 45 has failed. House Bill 45, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 58. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 58, sponsored by Tribal, Forensic Genetic Genealogy Pilot Program, an act relating to law enforcement.
House Bill 58, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 64. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 64, sponsored by Representative Larson Lloyd, Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety Amendments, an act relating to public health and safety.
House Bill 64, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 67. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 67, sponsored by Representative Newsom, Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund Administration 2, an act relating to state lands.
House Bill 67, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 74. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 74, sponsored by Appropriations, Public Health Nursing Budget Request, an act relating to public health and safety.
House Bill 74, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 77. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 77, sponsored by Representative Washit, Simple Assault and Domestic Assault Menacing, an act relating to crimes and offenses.
House Bill 77, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 92. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 92, sponsored by Representative Stith, Protection of Parental Rights, an act relating to parental rights.
We have amendments. House Second Reading Amendment Number 1, Swanitzer Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 92. Ask for your favorable introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the similar language contained, not to reference other bills from the other body, but I guess it's now in our body. But it's a committee bill that deals with this very issue. And so when the bringer of this piece of legislation decided to bring Title 21 into the bill, I thought it was best to copy that same language and insert the similar language so it's in both bills as we're dealing kind of with this issue, perhaps on two fronts. Be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Stith for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I think the amendment's a good idea. It's consistent with the intent of the bill, and please vote aye.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 92 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 92 is passed. Next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 2. Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 92 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, what we're doing in this one is 3 different things we're taking at the very beginning of this on page 1, line 11, and we're inserting the original parental rights bill as something that if you violate it, you step outside the color of law, then you can be, you will lose your governmental immunity. So if you are a bad actor with it, you're not going to get protected. The second thing we're doing is on page 2, lines 8 through 13, having spoken with the bringer, trying to strengthen this a little bit more. As I said the other day, really, when you read the original statute, it says any agency, the state, any agency or political subdivision. And so we're striking that, and we're going to insert the penalty aspect of this. If any state or agency or political subdivision infringes, if they violate this law, then that person shall, that they have violated their parental rights shall have grounds for a civil cause of action. And so I think the rest of it is good. It leaves the in place that it requires communication and disclosure. I think that just tells gives clarification to our schools and who they should be respecting the fundamental right of the parents. So with that, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly respect the intent of the good representative from District 30. I would ask for a no vote for two reasons. The language that gets deleted, in principle, the representative from District 30 would be correct if our highest court had not already said or implied that because this statute's in Title 14, it doesn't apply to anything outside of Title 14. So that's why I think keeping it in is better than leaving it out. On the private right of action that the bill creates and the removal of the civil tort immunity, the original parental rights statute in 2017 did not have a private right of action. And I think we want to take this one step at a time. I don't think we want to be encouraging additional lawsuits against school districts for money, because that's what it would be. Without this provision, you can still sue your school district for injunctive relief. You can still ask the school district, go to court. Without this amendment, you can go to court and say, you're violating my fundamental parental right, please stop. That you can do. You don't need this amendment to do that. But if you want money damages, right, then you would need this amendment. So I don't think we want to create a cottage industry for lawyers suing school districts, as much as I like legal fees and lawyers. So please vote no.
Chairman Nicholas, are you hanging around or just leaning? All right, Representative Penn for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Money talks. And if we really want to protect our kids, we need to have more teeth than the ability to maybe take this school district to court. It costs too much for families to go at it for that reason. School districts need to have some concern that they need to pay attention. And I would vote, or would ask for your aye vote, please.
Anybody else for their first time? Chairman Nicholas, you were hanging around.
So on and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So what does this paragraph mean? I'm not sure I know what it means. Is it trying to create a new cause of action that doesn't already exist? And it's hard to tell, but and school districts, I mean, essentially it's trying to, I think, act as a deterrent for school district employees to do what they think they're supposed to do. You know, it's a little bit like law enforcement officers. If they do something thinking that they're in compliance with the law, so you kind of have, with law enforcement, you have 2 strikes, you're out before you get, so you should learn what you're doing and how you do it, and so you don't improperly enforce the law. But if it's in a kind of a netherland, which honestly, taking care of kids and parental rights with schools is always a netherland, because there's just so many factual components to how you treat and what the facts are of the case and all those things. So it doesn't make sense to presume that you're creating a whole new cause of action with language like this. So it just, if there's a violation of your civil rights, there's always a cause of action. And so we don't need to reassert what the law already is. If it's a new cause of action, we definitely don't want it in there.
Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to put the shoe on the other foot, and let's look at this from the other side, so to say. So if let's say my child is gay and they want to be called whatever, and I approve of that, then does this amendment make it so that because the district did or did not, whichever way you want to look at it, approach me back and say, you know that your child's gay or is straight or whatever you want to say? It's a tough subject. Okay, so does that make it so that they can just sue? Are we just opening up the books for lawsuits? Are we just, as the good attorney said, are we just making a cottage industry?
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Jennings.
Yeah, good conversation. In answer to that, it does cause a cause of,
Just trying to get quiet so we can hear you, Representative Jennings.
it does bring a cause of action. And in the last several years, that's why I think we're here, that's why that's in here, why the good bringer brought it in the first place, was that the districts were not listening to the parents, and they have had issues with it, and so just trying to make it a little more clearer in the statute. And I think it's important. I think this is parental rights. I think it's very important that we get this right. And so leaving the part in about requiring communication is important. The part about putting some teeth in to give parents some actual relief becomes very important. And I think this is a subject matter that's important enough that I'd invoke 12-4 and ask for the ayes and noes.
All right, do I have got some seconds there, Chief? You want to get them down? Got it okay? All right. Chief Clerk, let's call the roll on second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 92.
Ellerman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Repeat? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
No.
Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 27 aye, 35 no.
Second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 92 has failed. House Bill 92, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 116. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 116, sponsored by Representative Angelos, sage grouse implementation notice to landowners.
House Bill 116, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 138. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 138, sponsored by Capital Finance. State
House
fund,
Bill- go
state
ahead.
funds pool, a participation in funds limits.
House Bill 138, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 141.
House Bill 141, sponsored by Representative Western. State land, oil, and gas leases, operator requirement.
House Bill 141, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 145.
House Bill 145, sponsored by Representative Western. Open banking amendments.
House Bill 145, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Representative Larson J.T., do you have a privilege?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
Please go ahead.
Members, in our south gallery off to your right, we have Island Richards. He's a county commissioner, Teresa, his wife, and the rest of his family. Please give him a warm house welcome.
Welcome to the House. All right. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 148. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 148, sponsored by Representative Lawley. Regulation of surgical abortions.
We have amendments. Representative Nyman.
Body, I bring to you amendment number 1 to House Bill 148. I move it and would ask for your favorable consideration. As we...
Point of orders.
What's your point?
I'd like to call a Rules Committee. I believe this amendment is not germane.
All right, Rules Committee to the front. All right, after, if I could get everybody's attention. After the Rules Committee met, the Rules Committee agreed that it was germane. And I would ask the bringer of the point of order, you have two options. You can pull your point, or you can challenge the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will withdraw the point.
Thank you, Representative Chestic. And now, Representative Nyman, please continue on with your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate the opportunity, and Representative, I do thank you for the opportunity to be able to chat up here on the Rules Committee. That was probably one of the best Rules Committee meetings we've had all day. So thank you for that. And so I would say the most, anyway, we won't go beyond that. Okay, just some points as to why I'm bringing this amendment to this particular piece of legislation. I believe it is vital and it is important, and it fits into this particular piece of legislation, and I think it adds to the dynamic of it, is because acceptable standard of care is to obtain an ultrasound evaluation of the pregnancy before performing any, which would tie both pieces of legislation together, any significant medical or surgical procedure on a pregnant woman. It is essential to know the location of the pregnancy, the estimated gestational age, and whether the unborn child has cardiac activity. It is also necessary to rule out uterine anomalies, and ultrasound most accurately provides that information. Accurate information regarding these factors facilitates obtaining proper informed consent and allows for any necessary alteration of the proposed procedure for efficacy and for patient safety. The provision of an ultrasound is especially important for a woman considering a chemical abortion, and it can be life-saving in some circumstances. Requiring an ultrasound before a chemical abortion serves three important purposes. It confirms the viable pregnancy, it confirms that the pregnancy is not ectopic, and it verifies the gestational age. 10 to 20% of pregnancies end in miscarriage. Knowing whether or not a pregnancy is viable can prevent a woman from undergoing an unnecessary abortion procedure. Sometimes a pregnancy can develop in the abdominal cavity, fallopian tubes, and cervix. This is known as an ectopic pregnancy. Ectopic pregnancies are not viable and can cause life-threatening blood loss to a woman if not properly treated. Importantly, chemical abortions is specifically contrained or contradicted for ectopic pregnancies. They don't want you to do that if that's found to be that. And the only way you can find that is through an ultrasound. An ultrasound uses sound wave technology to examine the unborn child, including determining gestational age. And the department that regulates our drugs and our food, they approved chemical abortions regime is only available up to 10 weeks gestation, which is also a critical part of this. And that age is not approved for later gestation. So yet another reason why in this particular case, it's important, actually vital to know for the mother's health, safety, if that decision is made to pursue that time, that age, that gestational level is critical if they would so choose to end that life of that child in that manner. The majority of the states maintain ultrasound requirements for abortion. 27 states regulate the provision of ultrasound by abortion providers. 14 states mandate the performance of an ultrasound before an abortion of any type, chemical or surgical. Most states with ultrasound requirements also require that the woman be given the opportunity to view the ultrasound. Wyoming law currently makes ultrasounds optional. It only requires that the woman be given the opportunity to undergo and to view an ultrasound prior to an abortion. But this option can also be manipulated by abortionists who may discourage mothers from receiving important, potentially life-saving ultrasounds. Notably, it creates an exemption for ectopic pregnancies, situations where an ultrasound is necessary and vital to be able to properly identify and treat the woman. Another part of this, folks, that we need to understand is that chemical abortion is growing constantly and is becoming one of the preferred choices of terminating a pregnancy. There's been a 120% increase in the use of chemical abortion in the past decade in the United States alone. That's why this is important, and that's why I think it benefits the legislation as we're seeing it move forward, not only for surgical, which is critical, but also for chemical abortions if that would be seen fit to be the way to terminate the pregnancy. I would stand for your questions.
Representative Penn for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask for your aye vote on this. This amendment is adding security or safety to a bill that's about safety. I can confirm what was just said by the previous speaker, that ultrasounds are very important when we're talking about pregnancy. We do need to know where those pregnancies are occurring. When we have women come in with concerns of pregnancy, one of the first priorities is to confirm intrauterine pregnancy. Because if we assume that a pregnancy might be in the uterus and we proceed with that assumption, and it isn't, that can be life-threatening. And so as I said, it's a high priority to obtain ultrasound early in pregnancy, especially if there are any concern for complications, any bleeding issues, or any, in this circumstance, any situation where we might be looking to, change the outcome of the pregnancy. It's a liability issue. And why is it a liability issue? Because it's a safety concern, big time. And so please vote aye.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. There are a lot of issues with this amendment. I think the biggest is requiring the 48 hours forced time between the ultrasound and an abortion. The issue there is that even though we exempt certain things from being considered an abortion in the bill, like saving the life of a woman or treating an ectopic pregnancy, there are other complications that can happen that can be found in an ultrasound where it's determined that a woman's health is at risk, but isn't exempted as an abortion in this bill. So for example, if you have a situation where you have a fetus that is going to basically cause complications with the uterus, where the woman might not, the fetus might not become viable, but it's not currently non-viable, and it might cause damage to the uterus, but you're saying you have to wait 48 hours. Within that 48 hours of time, it could have done enough damage where a woman won't be able to actually have a baby again, be able to become pregnant, or be able to even deliver that fetus as the baby as it comes to term. So the situation here is that we can actually be causing harm by requiring this 48 hours between the ultrasound and an abortion, because there are certain situations that are not outlined in the exceptions for abortion that would still cause problems for a woman's health. So I would ask you to defeat the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alaman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a pretty important amendment, and I would call for a 12-4 recorded vote, please.
All right, you got the seconds? That's pursuant to some rule. Okay, you got them down, Chief? All right. Representative Newsom for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered, back before the turn of the century, when I was pregnant, ultrasound was a thing, and I determined that I was not going to have an ultrasound because I couldn't afford it. So I'm wondering where the ability to pay, or who's going to pay for this? It seems like an unfunded mandate to require women to have an ultrasound when they may or may not need it for medical reasons. So they're not free. So I'm wondering who has the obligation of paying for them when we, as the legislature, obligate that particular procedure. Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez-Williams for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great question, and I have a great answer. There are 10 pregnancy resource centers throughout the state of Wyoming that are ready, willing, and able to serve women. They offer free and confidential ultrasounds and pregnancy testing. They receive no federal or state funding.
Representative Lawley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the prime sponsor of House Bill 148, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Chairman Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am just curious. I don't know the answer to this, so if either the sponsor of this amendment or somebody else can answer it. Is there a medical reason for the 48-hour waiting period? Or is this, we want the individual to think for 48 hours and determine to hear that heartbeat, we're trying to guilt them into not doing it? If there's a legitimate medical reason, it will help me make my determination a lot better. So thank you.
Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great debate. What I will say is that I am currently a board member at a pregnancy crisis center, and I'm so thrilled. I've been wanting to do it for years. So in reference to why you would wait, most of the title of that is crisis. People are in crisis. And so whether it be a young person that doesn't know what to do, whether it be a family relationship, whether it be whatever, you can come into these pregnancy help centers that were just mentioned and get free testing for a lot of things. And also, you are not committed to do anything. You can wait on your own. But waiting 48 hours gives someone the opportunity to get somewhere and to get help. We also, at ours, have a mobile unit, and we're traveling around. So it's becoming more and more available, and it is free of charge. Everything's free of charge. So I would ask that you realize that people sometimes make decisions very, very quickly, whether there's things involved, you know, drugs or alcohol, or just emotion, or fear, or anxiety, or anger. And so a lot of times you need that period to get help. And so it's a good thing. I ask that you vote aye. Thank you.
Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to comment that ectopic pregnancy is not an abortion. The life of the mother isn't a question of abortion. That's called triage. And hospitals do that all the time. So that argument that you're going to have something catastrophic happen because you were made to wait doesn't apply in those cases. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Oakley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess one of my concerns with this, and I know not everybody's privy to our discussions, we've had a lot of Rules Committee, but what we've talked about a lot today was it's up to the body to determine if something's constitutional. The Rules Committee doesn't decide that ahead of time. And one of my concerns with this amendment, and when you listen to the explanation from the good bringer, you know, it was completely, obviously, discussion about that chemical abortions are being done a lot and at an increasing rate, and concern about that. But so my problem is, I think that goes beyond the title, which is prohibited. So in our Constitution, Section 24, hold on. Article 3, Section 24, it says that laws shall be passed that containing one subject, and that subject has to be clearly expressed in the title. And if it's not expressed in the title, the act shall be void. And so the title of this is Regulation of Surgical Abortions, and then the entire discussion has been about a different form. And it seems to me to go beyond the title, which we are not supposed to do.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor, Representative Yin?
Mr. Speaker, again, the 48-hour waiting period will cause harm. I mean, I don't think that it is hypothetical. I think it's actually happened in other states. The question of whether an ectopic pregnancy is an abortion, or it's whether to save the life of a woman is an abortion, yes, I see that. I see what the exceptions are for what is or isn't an abortion, quote unquote, in the definition section. The issue is, if at the time there isn't a necessity to preserve the life between the start of the ultrasound, but you know that something bad is going to happen because of the track record of what ultrasounds could look like in that situation, and you know that they're going to bleed out in 48 hours, do you have to wait the 48 hours? Do you have to wait until they start bleeding out if you know that actual harm is going to occur? And that's the situation that causes the issue here. I think the 48-hour period, I think we've heard that it is about the safety, but I think it actually is causing harm. So I'm not sure if that's for sure the intent that I'm seeing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Nyman. Representative Ward for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You cannot determine from an ultrasound that someone's going to bleed out in a pregnancy. Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez Williams for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting points made by the representative from District 55. I might add that there's different methods that are used to perform abortion. We talk about chemical abortions, surgical abortions. One of the beautiful things about this safety, the safety part of this amendment and the bill at large is that the ultrasound determines where the child's located in utero, or confirms that the child is located in utero, but also the gestational age of the unborn child. And so those are things to take into consideration if a woman in crisis is going to have an abortion, is what type of abortion based on gestational age. On and for the amendment.
Representative Nyman, bring us home here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really appreciate the questions, appreciate the debate. And actually, it's kind of amazing to watch so many other people with so much resource and information. I hope the good representative got our answer to your question as far as cost is concerned. It is true. There are free pregnancy and crisis centers all over, and they are free. You can go in, no cost to the lady. She can have that stuff done, and it can be time-stamped, dated, stamped, everything. As far as the 48 hours, it's a good question. And I mean, and I don't think anybody in here is wanting to put anybody under any more pressure than is absolutely necessary. But the reality of it is you want to try to have that performed as close to the surgical end termination or chemical or whatever. Time is of the essence, sadly. I wear this little lapel with these two little, this is on my lapel, and many of you other, put your hands down, Nyman. If you see somebody, that's an actual size of a 10-week-old fetus's feet. That's the actual size. If you so choose to terminate the pregnancy with chemical abortions or surgical abortions, that's the limit of size. So when they see that and they come in, they say, I want to terminate my pregnancy. Well, if it's any bigger than that, you can't do it with chemicals. You're not supposed to. That's why it's important to know the size. It's important to know the location of where that little baby's residing. If it's in utero, if it's where it needs to be, if it's in a fallopian tube, all can cause complications. That's why the part of this that is so critical to tie into this current piece of legislation, surgical or otherwise, it is critical that that location be identified. Not so much for not for the health of the baby, but definitely for the welfare of the mother, if that's the choice that she determines. So that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about trying to make sure that if this is a choice that someone makes, that we don't make it more complicated health-wise for them, because this is invasive and it will terminate a life. And we don't want to run the risk of damaging two. So would appreciate your support for the amendment.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 148.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Banks? Are there any changes? Store? Angelos? Closing vote? Vote closed. 50 aye, 12 no.
Second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 148 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 148. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 148. And members, if you look at that, what this amendment is trying to do is clarify that hospitals don't qualify as a surgical abortion facility, just clarifying the language. And the reason we do that, hospitals are regulated, they have their own set of regulations. And I think we will create some issues within this particular law, and we'll have some vagueness issues immediately, and we'll have contradicting statutes. And so I'm just trying to avoid that by exempting them out and make sure we're only talking about ambulatory surgical abortion facilities. I'm staying for any questions.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge you to vote no on the amendment, frankly, because it would make the bill only apply to one building in the entire state. And constitutionally, we are not allowed to pass special legislation. And so when we really narrow it down to literally one building in the entire state, I believe we've created special legislation. So I'd ask you to vote no because, again, you'll make another unconstitutional bill even more unconstitutional under another aspect of the Constitution.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill was never intended to include hospitals. It was always about surgical abortion centers. And it's not just about those that exist today, but those might exist tomorrow, 6 years from now. So that's why we write statutes. Please vote aye on the amendment.
Representative Larson, were you hanging around the mic or not? Representative Larson Lloyd? Nope. All right. Anybody else for the first time? Representative Zwanitzer Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I need to know how many surgical abortion facilities are there in the state currently, or do we expect? Because if there is only one, I don't need another third year of another lawsuit before our Supreme Court. So if there's, I would like someone to tell me there's more than one or more than one coming in the next year or two, because I don't think we need a third case before our highest court, but maybe others believe we do.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Craigo.
I think the good chairman of Judiciary summed it up quite nicely, so please vote aye on the amendment.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 148 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 148 has been adopted. House Bill 148, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 197. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 197, sponsored by Representative Harshman, Sales Tax Administration revisions.
House Bill 197, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about 6:30. I'm going to break for a half an hour and let you run quickly down and get a sandwich and come back, and we will gavel back in at 7 to go through third reading and then begin general file. We'll have that motion to move some bills from second to third, and we'll see whether that passes or not. So we'll stand at recess till 7 p.m.